When you say nation, you talk about land. Our land is Africa. That's undeniable. This land is not our land.
That what Frantz Fanon's theory, psychological theory, is that we're in a post-colonial psychology. And what he calls that is an auto-destructional stage, which is the oppressor will oppress for so long that the oppressed no longer have to be physically oppressed. They do it to themselves automatically.
I'm black. Do you hear me, man? Do you understand? I am black. I'm a nigga. You understand me? I was born black, I live black, and I'm gonna die probably because I'm black. Because some cracker that knows I'm black better than you, nigga, is probably gonna put a bullet in the back of my head.
Hey man, it's like this, man. It's like, you know, it's like it's revolution time, man. There's no questions to ask. Revolution is here. You know what I'm saying? We the youth, we the young. It's time for us to break loose, you know? We don't have no freedom, no rights, man. We slaves right now. Everybody's still a slave. That's what they told us today. In other words, you still a slave. No matter how much money you got, you still ain't shit. So, you know, it's on, just like that. Just like
are really ready and willing to pay the price that is necessary for freedom. Our people will always be walking around here second-class citizens, or what you call 20th century slaves.
What price are you talking about, sir?
The price of freedom is death.
What's the figure?
I mean, what are you in this for? You want power, you want revenge, you know? What is it?
It's simple, Willie. I just want to be free.
Now, we have two psychological battles that we're fighting against white folk. We won one. They told us that we should hate Malcolm X. We dumped that, thank God. Now, the second battle that we're now fighting is whether or not we will have the right to use the terms to decide how our movement is going to go. They don't want us to use black power. I got news for them. Because what black power was supposed to do was to start bringing black people together under a slogan that everyone understood. But what in fact is done is it's organized white people and their Negro allies. Right? We are to stop saying that we are apathetic, because I'm going to define that word for you. Apathy means that you won't work on a program that I tell you will help you. Because, baby, when college students leave a good job and go to Mississippi to organize their people, that ain't hardly apathy. And when people get together in Watt and in Chicago and organize a rebellion, that ain't hardly apathy. And you have to watch the way it operates inside this country. Because what they say to us is that we are for you, but don't forget you're 10% of the population. And if you get smart, we'll wipe you out.
Coming back with some more updates from the recent developments taking place from the field of battle. Now we got some interesting news to talk about today, right? The militaries of the AES have conducted joint operations against the terrorist groups, joint airstrikes against the positions of the terrorist groups. Now, I had heard about it as the bombs were dropping a couple of days ago, but I wanted to wait for confirmation from the government, from official sources before I came out with a video. You know, my credibility is very important to me. So, yeah, let's talk about it. As you can see by the headline, the AES confirms joint airstrikes in Mali. Now, it's funny how, like I said before, like I mentioned in previous videos, when the militaries of the AES go on the attack, when they go on the offensive, when they go on the assault against the terrorists, you're never going to see it on the mainstream media. You're never going to hear about it on the Western media. But when the terrorists go on the attack against the government, you see it blasted everywhere, immediately, all over the world internationally. So you can see which side the international media has taken, right? They're on the side of the terrorist groups. That's why currently right now in France is welcoming the spokesman for the terrorist groups. He's doing interviews in the French press and the French media, right, without getting arrested, right? So the Western powers, the Western media has chosen their side. They're on the side of the terrorist groups. We have to say it plain as day. The Western media and the Western governments are on the side of the terrorist groups. Now let's continue. Let's get into this article. The authorities in Niger welcomed the prompt and vigorous response of the units of the Unified Force, which conducted intense air campaigns in the hours following the cowardly attacks of April 25, 2026, in the cities of Gao, Menaka, and Kidal. The government of Niger said on Thursday evening after a cabinet meeting. The spokesperson for the Malian Tuareg terrorists, Mohamed El Molad Ramadan, had called on Burkina Faso and Niger to stay out of the events underway in Mali a few hours after the attacks began. Burkina Faso Defense Minister Celestin Simpore, speaking on behalf of the AES, vowed at Sadio Kamara's funeral on Thursday to hunt down the assassins. Now, I want to jump into the official statement from the government, coming from the government of His Excellency President Chiani, the president of Niger. It said this, take a look up on the screen. The Council of Ministers met on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, in the usual meeting room under the chairmanship of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Head of State, General Abdurrahman Chiani, the President of the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers examined the situation arising from the terrorist attacks perpetrated by the sabotaging forces against the Republic of Mali on the morning of April 25th, 2026. The Council of Ministers notes that it is clear from the communique issued by the AES that these cowardly, barbaric, and inhumane attacks have the sole purpose of creating terror among innocent civilian populations and undermining the heroic march of our people towards progress and their well-being. Indeed, since our countries have made the sovereign choice to break free from the cycle of plunder and extortion solely for the benefit of France and its local proxies, several theaters of operations have been opened to destabilize our countries and hinder our resolute fight for sovereignty. These recurring incursions are carried out using means and logistics that, without a doubt, are beyond the capabilities of these terrorist groups. This means that these sinister undertakings are sponsored by entities whose leader, Macron in France, is now openly navigating the murky waters of international terrorism. Now, time out. My boy Chiani has never been one to, be scared to put a name on it. Some people, they're scared to put a name on it. My boy Chiani, he never been scared to put a name on it. Let's continue. How can we fail to mention Macron's pledge to create terror in the Sahel, more specifically in the AES countries before the end of his presidency? But let there be no mistake, for no apparent or overt maneuver can divert us from the path that we have chosen for our dignity and our development. The energetic reaction of the valiant Malian armed forces is proof, if any were needed, of the Malian people's capacity to proudly defend the values of dignity, peace, and progress. The President of the Republic, Head of State, the government, and the people of Niger as a whole reaffirm our solidarity and fraternity with the Malian people, the government of the Republic of Mali, and the Malian armed forces. We also extend the deepest condolences to the families of the martyrs and offer the wishes for a speedy recovery to the wounded. We also welcome the operational coordination of the General Staffs of the Armed Forces of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and the prompt and energetic response of the unified units and the unified force, which conducted intense air campaigns in the hours following the cowardly attacks of April 25th, 2026, in the cities of Savare, Gao, Menaka, and Kidal. Niger and the other states of the AES reaffirm our commitment and unwavering determination to defend the sovereignty, integrity, and geostrategic and geopolitical interests of the Confederation. The sovereign space of the AES will no longer be the arena for imperialist ideological confrontations and the preservation of neocolonial interests. Now, round of applause, General Chiani. Listen, we could just end the video right here, to be honest. I don't even got to say nothing after that. I mean, General Chiani, he said it all, man. Anyway, I want to get into the official statement from the military in Mali of recent military operations. Take a look up on the screen. It said this: the General Staff of the Armed Forces informs the nation that as part of ongoing offensive reconnaissance missions in the city of Kidal, following airstrikes carried out on the camp and the governor's office, military aircrafts conducted airstrikes this Wednesday afternoon, April 29, 2026, on a cache of weapons and logistical resources belonging to the terrorist groups. The operation resulted in several terrorists being neutralized, as well as the total destruction of their logistical resources, including a fuel tanker, a mounted pickup truck, and an armored vehicle. The Chief of the General Staff for the Armed Forces congratulates the military for their determination and unwavering commitment to national defense. The armed terrorist groups will be hunted down to the last stronghold throughout the entire territory. Now, I want to jump into a different part of the video. I want to actually react to what I heard on the French media earlier today, right? The French media obviously been talking about it. You know, they can't stop talking about us. You know, they're obsessed, right? They got a homosexual fixation with the black man. But earlier this morning, I saw a discussion in the French media where they were also talking about these joint airstrikes that were carried out by the three militaries of the AES, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and a few other interesting details as well. So let's get into that. Not wasting no time. Play the clip. I'll be right back.
Harold, the ruling junta and its allies from Niger and Burkina Faso have carried out airstrikes against jihadist rebels. Various rebel groups are nevertheless close.
Sorry, folks. Let me just project in a little bit. Once again, this is Frank. We're going to start a show after this video, is finished. But listen right here, right? Just to get your attention. Did you see the interpretation of the mainstream Western media calling a terrorist rebel? Calling a terrorist rebel. Now, as I was doing the research and trying to put the material together, right? Trying to put the resources together for my presentation or for today's presentation, there was some area that I went and they refer to the jihadi group, the terrorist group, as the rebel. So what I did, because I knew, it was not a platform for Africans, but I did put my comment and I said, how dare you? How can you call this terrorist group a rebel? They are not rebel. Use the right term to describe them. They are a terrorist organization, a terrorist group. And then it never took long. Somebody came and comment and said, they are rebel group fighting against the government. And I said, okay, now I know who is this. And I said, they are not rebel group. They are terrorist group. And a terrorist group is not fighting against the government. The terrorist group are fighting against the nation, against the citizens, not the government. Because the reality is, the nation holistically, the AES, the citizens of that region, are behind, I for the people holistically, I for the three kings in that region. So how can you say they are fighting against the government? No, they are fighting against the citizens because the citizens are for the government. So that means these terrorist groups are not fighting for liberation, because who are they fighting to liberate? When the entire region are for the three kings, the entire region are for the three leaders in the region. So who are you fighting against? If the government was ill-treating the people, if the government was against the people, or the people were against the government, then you can say that the terrorist group are fighting against the government to liberate or to free the people from the three government. And guess what? The sad part about it, on this website, on this platform that when I commented, it was a Senegalese girl, a Senegalese black girl, and another female lady, and I believe she's from the same northern region of Africa there. And then their title said, the rebel has siege. The rebel has siege. The rebel have taken this region of Mali. Imagine that. And then I went further into their discussion, what they were discussing. Everything was against Mali. And I wrote that, how dare you do this as a black person, as an African for that matter. And to even make things worse, a female, a woman, I mean, these are girls, not even like, I mean, they are in their 25 to 30s in between them. And the other lady was in Senegal reporting. She's not even in Mali, but she's sitting from Senegal reporting, telling the other girl what is happening in Mali, how the rebel group are succeeding. But the truth is, as I searched, I never saw a report about the aftermath of the terrorist intervention. What happened to them after war? There is no report from the mainstream media, but they were quick to report about the terrorist advancement. But there was no report after war when the Malian went in and destroyed and unalive almost all the terrorists. And then the whole mainstream media and their local how they call it media went silent. No report about the success of the Malian army, the success of the Russian helping the Malian, helping the AES in that region. Mainstream media went silent. So here are they sitting here, referring to the terrorist group as rebel. Referring to the terrorist group as rebel. This indicates that Africans, black people, we are all by ourselves. This indicates that these are the Westerners who are supporting the terrorist activities in Africa. This indicates that these are the Westerners supporting the terrorists. And in fact, these guys are in France. These guys, they are in France, right here. These white folks you see sitting here, they are French people. They show that the French are behind the support of the terrorists. The French are the French are behind the support of the terrorists. Imagine that. Calling the terrorists rebel who are fighting the government. Terrorists. Let's continue here.
Closing in on the capital, Bamako, and are attempting to unite. Harold, is the situation desperate for the ruling junta right now?
It's very serious, but it seems to be holding up. So there was an airstrike, as you mentioned, by the three associated countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, in the north. Here you see the funeral of the Minister of Defense, along with other high-ranking officers.
Let me respond to an idiot here, and after that, I'm going to black him. You know, when I saw his comment first, right? I saw his comment first. I knew who this guy was, okay? I knew where he was going. But I was trying to give him another chance to see. You see, he came on and he's the one commented all here. So, see what he said here first. He was talking to Kwame Ture, right? He was talking to Kwame Ture. Right here, he was talking to Kwame Ture because I knew right where he was going. When Kwame Ture was talking, the first few videos that I played, right? He said economic politics from he things. So I'm going through his comment. And then he wrote another comment and said, so this was Kwame Ture he was talking to. He always looked awkward to me as a kid. So he was talking to Kwame Ture because I did play Kwame Ture video, and while the video was playing, he wrote this comment, or she wrote this comment. I don't know whether he's she or he or gay, I don't know. But he said, he's always looked awkward to me as a kid. No, Kwame Ture did not look awkward. You look awkward with the Western view, with the slave mentality. I'm going to deal with you and then block you. And then when Kwame Ture was talking, he left it and said, socialism, eugenic social program. You see, these are folks who do not understand the subject matter. These are folks who have Western interpretation, Western education, Western knowledge. All right. And then when it comes to the African issues, they get confused and then think that the Western education will bring solution to the African solution. You see it? So when I saw it, I decided to give him a chance. So you see, he commented all here, like, and then he wrote something tied to the same Alain or he's. So he wasn't saying anything, you know, good here. I don't hear, and then he put something here. We don't hear about gentrification of out community in the mainstream media. I mean, so, and then he put something here. Which side are gentrifying popular? I don't even know what he's trying to say. Like I know he's trying to get me off topic. I don't know. He's not discussing the topic. And then he said, your argument is too convoluted for me. If you can't name names, there is no argument. I don't understand what he's trying to say here. And then too much emotion. You know, he did not come to listen. He came here to write stupidness. And then he said, Africa is taking 1 trillion plus of our Western. Hey, now I told you, right? I told you. Africa is taking 1 trillion plus of our Western tax dollar that we work for. What solution is taking Western money? You see? I told you he's not one of us. All right? I told you he's not one of us. He does not even know that the $1 trillion he's talking about are actually African money. Now, let me ask you a question. Africans are taking your $1 trillion, right? Your taxpayer money, whatsoever you call it. Have you done a research and found out how much billions of dollars France take from Francophone nation every year? $500 billion. Then if France take $500 billion from African every year, and then France gave each African nation 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million as aid. Who is giving aid to who? Now, you say Africa taking your taxpayer money. Wouldn't it be great if you just leave Africa alone? Why are you in a shahe? Why, if African tell you to leave Africa alone, we don't want your aid, we don't want your tax dollar, we don't want your money, and then your leader get angry. Have you gone to Washington, D.C. and asked Washington, D.C. why, when they tell them to leave, they don't want to leave? Have you gone and asked Emmanuel Macron why Emmanuel Macron does not want to leave Africa? Have you gone to England, to Europe, and asked them why they don't want to leave when they tell them to leave Africa, when Africa tell them we don't want your aid? Have you done a research recently about Ghana? Ghana denied World Bank loan because World Bank wanted to give money to Ghana and Ghana said no. And World Bank get angry. Have you done a research on that? If African leaders said no, we don't want your money, and they get angry, these leaders get angry. Have you done a research on that? You don't even know what you're talking about. Do you know that the United States live off Africa? Do you know that Europe live off Africa? Do you know that even China, The entire world, the rest of the continent, live off Africa. Do you know that? Go do some research. All right? But for now, bye. Now he's gone. I block him. I block him and deleted him. So he's gone. He does not know the history of Africa. He does not know how, and maybe he know, but he's trying to pay some dumb ear. But anyway, this platform is not for him. He's too slow for this platform. So he gotta go. He's slow for this platform. It's not for him.
And soldiers, these ministers fought with weapons in hand. Their military barracks were attacked just outside the city of Bamako. So they were forced to repel the entire assault all by themselves personally. These funerals show that there is still a will to resist in Mali. It's not a rout. No one has fled by plane.
So, Harold, what we really want to understand is who these rebels are. What do they want ultimately? And what would Mali be like in the end under their control?
So let's go back to the map, because for now they have territorial ambitions. They want to take this whole northern part of Mali, Kidal, Gao, Timbuktu, all of it. In the more eastern part, Kidal, Gao. That's more of a Tuareg independence movement. The Tuaregs, the desert Berbers who...
Now, do you see it? There's a reason why I brought this video, okay? There's a reason why I brought this video, all right? But now, do you see what it said? This is an independent movement from the Tuareg. This is an independent movement. And let me give a little bit of history here. Folks, we are talking about West Africa here. This is not even North Africa. This is West Africa. And we're talking about West Africa, darkest Africa. The darkest part of the African continent is West Africa. The darkest. And when I say darkest, I mean black people. It's not mixed. It's not mixed. All right? I mean black people. All right? I'm not talking about contemporary Africa. I'm not talking about contemporary West Africa. I'm talking about Africa before. All right? We're talking about darkest Africa. Now, this Tuareg that he's talking about, and they're saying is an independent movement. Who are these people? These are Arab people who came from Arab. These are people who came from the north, Algeria, and so forth and things. These are people who came from those places. And then, because of religion, or Muslims or whatsoever, these people migrated and then they came to that part of Africa, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. And because of the religion or Muslim, they allowed them, like, you know what, these are our brothers and sisters. They settled there. They settled there. They left them and they settled there. And then they have children by black people, by darkest people. They have children there. They have children there. And then these children grew, and then they put in their culture into these children. So these are the people today who see themselves a little bit less skin or so. That's saying they want to fight for liberation or independence. They don't want to be part of darkest Africa. So they're trying to find their own place now. And because the West of France don't want it for that part, right, to be independent of France and the West. So they support these Tuareg group. They support these terrorist group. Because at the end of the day, it will be in favor of the West. So you see them sitting down there on their media talking about they are fighting for liberation. Who fighting for liberation? These are North Africans. I mean, not even Africans, Arab. These are Arab people who migrated from the Middle East before and then came and settled in our place. And this is what Abraham's story was talking about. These are also, you remember, the people that invaded Libya, the Arab Spring, that was funded by Washington, D.C., along with NATO, to go and remove Gaddafi. These are the people in that region. These are the people in that region that are expanding. The Arab Spring that was supported by NATO to remove Gaddafi or Washington, D.C. These are the same people. These are the same people. So this is why you know that the issue that happened in Mali was holistically coordinated by some ISAF forces. And information we have gotten, and not everything that we can pull out here. There was ISAF forces, someone in the military of the Malian army, someone who was close to Sadio Camara, someone who was close to him. Okay, someone who was very close to him. And then, before the attack took place, he was in France. This particular black Judah, he was in France. He was in France with the terrorist leader. Do you know the terrorist leader is currently in France? The guy who is the terrorist leader for the issue in Mali, he is currently in France. So information we got, this guy who was close to the general, he's also a military man, close to the general, he was in France. And after he returned a week, this whole thing happened. And what happened here was, you know how they have places in Burkina Faso and you see people all on the street trying to protect Ibrahim Traoré, and they said before they get to Ibrahim Traoré, they have to get to us. The same thing happened in Burkina Faso. But you see, the army guy that was close to Sadio Camara, that went to France and came back, the citizens, the civilians always see this army guy around the general. So before the individual that have the, how they call it, the blast, the bomb on, that went into the facility of the general and bombed the general, right? This guy had a blast on him. But the civilian didn't know that he have bomb on him, planted on him. So when they came, they wanted to go, and the civilian says, no, we cannot allow you to go. And then this army guy stepped in because the people know him. They didn't know that he was working with the terrorists. And then he came and said, oh, I got this under control. There is nothing happening. But because he been around the general, and then the people trust him and say, okay, then we can allow him go because he was the one speaking. Now knowing he was also on the side of the terrorists. And then that's how the people allowed them to go in. And then they went in with the bomb on him and a bomb blast. This army guy. And you see, I'm going to play a video, and that's why this platform is a platform we sit down and think critically and put the information together. If we don't have the information, we will not come here. So that's the information that we got. There was also Issa hand. Okay, one of his closest bodyguard to him, to the general, betray him. Africans will always betray Africans for stupidity. You know, and the same mainstream media are running around saying that the Russian crop Africa ran away from the terrorists. And I'm going to play that video again. There's a reason why I'm playing all these videos, to make them look stupid. You know, folks, let me ask you a question here. The Russian crop Malian army did not run away. You know, it caught them by surprise. As I will put it, it caught them by surprise. Can you imagine? You attack 6 regions at the same time. It's not one area. 6 regions at the same time. And that 6 region, these terrorist group, they have already planned to attack. So they was ready. unlike the Malian army or the Russian Malian army, they wasn't ready. They wasn't expecting it to be attacked even by one place. So at that point, you have 6 areas being attacked. You have to retreat. You have to retreat. You have to retreat and put yourself together and get ready. And that's what happened. So when the Russian and the Malian army retreated, and then they allowed the terrorists to come in, believing that they have taken hold of the 6th territory or the 6th region that they took. And the mainstream media, boom, went and blasted it. Oh, this happened. Oh, the terrorists have succeeded. Liberation the government has failed. And then they say, oh, the Russian army ran away and all of those things. Not knowing this guy retreated to go and prepared. And we will show you that video, the aftermath. They slaughter all the terrorists. Mainstream media did not report it. They went silent.
Who have always had good relations with the French military, even going back to the colonial era. The Tuaregs, the desert Berbers, who have always had good relations with the French military, even going back to the colonial era. The Tuaregs, the desert Berbers, who have always had good relations with the French military, even going back to the colonial era. The Tuaregs.
So you see that they have always had good relationship with France, even going back to the colonial era. So you see, I just gave you a little bit of history. These are, because imagine the colonial era, imagine the Arab slave trade was the first to occur on the African continent. The Arab slave trade before the transatlantic slave trade. So you heard what he said. They have always been friends with the French, even going back to all the way the colonial era. Going back to the colonial era. Basically, he's actually telling you here, the terrorist group are working along with France in our region. He said it's clear. The terrorists, France is working along with the terrorists. France is supporting or giving logistics support to the terrorists. You heard what he said? It's clear. They have always been friends with France, even going back to colonial era. Folks, the Arab slave trade was the first before the transatlantic slave trade. So these people know what they are doing. The same way in the Berlin Conference, those at that time in the Berlin Conference said, when they sat down there, they said, we want to make sure Africa and her descendants will never know freedom. Folks, we are not making our story. Do your research, is there. They said that was the closing statement of the 1884 Berlin Conference in Germany. That was the closing statement of the 1884 Berlin Conference in Germany. After they sat down, white people sat down, white folks sat down, Europe, America, all of them, the Western world sat down and divided Africa among themselves like a cake. The closing statement was, they will make sure Africa and her descendants will never know peace, because if Africa and her descendants know peace, that means the Western nation will crumble. Now, those that were in that meeting in 1884, none of them are alive today. But their children, their descendants, their remnants are alive today. And their descendants know it. Their remnants know it. They study it. They know it that our forefathers left this and said, we should not allow Africa and her children, her descendants, her remnants to succeed. Because if they do, then everything our forefathers labor for, work for, exploit these people, kill these people, divide their continent, it will all go in vain. So the people that were in that 1884 Berlin Conference, they are not alive, but their remnants, their descendants are alive. And that is why their descendants are working the same way supporting terrorists. Washington, D.C., there are many videos. United States congressmen are saying the United States, Washington, D.C. support the terrorist activities on the African continent. They are saying their taxpayer dollar support the terrorist activities, support Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Boko Haram, the thief group on the African continent and elsewhere. It's not inhaling no more. It's no longer inhaling. They said it. We are not making a story. So, but now, if Africa does not know who her enemies are, then I don't think they will ever get to know who their enemies are.
The desert Berbers who have always had good relations with the French military, even going back to the colonial era. And then much further to the west and north, you have Al-Qaeda.
So now you see it. The terrorists have always had a good relationship with the French military. So was it wrong for Ibrahim Traoré, for Niger, Assimi Goïta, Tiani, Tiani or Niger, Assimi Goïta, Mali? Was it right for these people to say we want foreign troops out? Here it is. Western media, French journalists are sitting here saying the terrorists have always been friends to the French military. The terrorists have always been friends to the French military. Was it wrong for these people to say the French military out, the American African out, the German military out, the Canadian military out? Was it wrong to say these people should leave? Here are French journalists. These are French people, Westerners, sitting here saying the terrorists have always been friends to the French military. Now you wonder why you have all this military power in a region, but still the terrorists were succeeding. The terrorists were gaining ground. These are the things that made the 3 kings of the Sahel nation angry. You have Africa there. Even Africa alone could defeat the terrorists, but no, Africa could not defeat the terrorists. Are you telling me the American, African, or military weak? The French military alone could have defeated the terrorists, but no, it didn't happen. Are you telling me the French military weak? The German military alone could have defeated the terrorists, but no, they didn't do it. Are you telling me the German military weak? The Canadian military alone could have defeated the terrorists, but no. Are you telling me the Canadian military weak? No, they are not weak. They were the supporter of the terrorist activities in the region. And these are the journalists sitting here saying it. The terrorists have always been friends to the French military.
Which goes by another name, Jainim. They want to march on Bamako, just as they did back in 2013 when France launched Operation Serval to stop them. Now they are trying again, and the Malian army must hold the line entirely on its own. These ministers fought with weapons in hand. Their military barracks were attacked just outside the city of Bamako, so they were forced to repel the entire assault all by themselves personally. The Tuaregs, the desert Berbers who have always had good relations with the French military, even going back to the colonial era.
Listen up, parents. Want to start building generational wealth and happiness for your children in less than 10 minutes?
All right, we back. Now, the first thing that surprised me is, typically, like I said, on these Western media platforms, they tend to ignore the positive actions taken by the governments of the AES, right? So I was surprised and I was taken aback that they even acknowledged that those airstrikes even took place. Usually they act like they don't even see what's going on. They only talk about the terrorists. So I was actually genuinely surprised they even acknowledged that in the first place. They usually just play dumb, act like they don't see it, and they never report on it. But even right now on the mainstream media platforms, right, I'm not seeing any reports, any headlines talking about the counterattacks and the counteroffensives and the airstrikes being carried out against the terrorists, right? How the terrorists was, fleeing from all type of different cities and localities. I'm only seeing them talk about the terrorists going on the offensives and the terrorists going on the attack, but they never talk about the other side of the game either. So clearly, like I said before, the Western media is on the side of the terrorists. They're on the side of the terrorist groups. That's a fact, undisputed, no debate. But something else that he said that also stuck out to me as well was that we know Sadio Kamara, you know, they said that he engaged in a gunfight before, unfortunately, he was fatally wounded. But they also said that the other ministers in the government were also engaged in battle as well. I don't know if President Assimi Goïta was, you know, banging it out. I heard that he was, though. Someone told me that he was, but we don't got confirmation yet, so I'm not going to put that out there. But they said not only Sadio Kamara was banging it out, shooting it out against the terrorists, but it was also other ministers in the government as well that was also, you know, banging it out, shooting it out. They had to defend themselves directly because somehow, some way, somebody had leaked the information, and that's how the terrorists knew where to hit the locations, because they obviously got certain intel on where to go. But the fact that the leaders of the military government grabbed their weapons and defended themselves with fire, returned fire. Listen, the AES, the best leaders in Africa, the best leaders in the world. Your president could never do it. Your president could never. Name any president out there. Your president could never. Your ministers could never, right? Listen, your government officials could never grab the weapon and defend themselves. Listen, these guys are on another level. But something else that he said that definitely raised my antennas way up was when he said that the Tuareg separatists, right, the Tuareg rebels, right, historically, they said that they've always had a good relationship with the French, right? They always had close contact, good relations with the French, going back to the colonial period, going back, you know, centuries ago, way back in the day, right? So to me, that definitely, you know, raised my red flags, right? And that goes to show why these guys are allowed to come to France and allowed to come to Paris, you know, engage in terrorism, never get arrested, right? Because these guys have you know, family ties with the French authorities. So that just confirmed everything I was already thinking from the jump, from the beginning. These guys are nothing but Western proxies, right? That's why you notice that their movement originally was a nationalist, ethno-supremacist, tribalist movement trying to seek independence. Now it turned into some, oh, we got to drive the Russians out. We have to drive Russia out, right? The same thing the French are saying, the same thing the United States and all the other Western powers are saying. We have to drive out the Russians. So these guys are simply sock puppets, ventriloquist dummies serving the interests of Western powers, right? You're not a man, you're a puppet. You're not a man, you're a slave. You're not a man, you're a cockroach. That's what you are, right? You take orders from other men. You're not a man, you're a bitch. Now, anyway, yeah. Shout out to Azawad. Y'all not real men. Y'all not real men, and I don't respect you. If I have any Azawad supporters on the channel, unsubscribe right now. I got no respect for you. Got no love for you. Anyway, as you can see by the video, the Malian military is repositioning military assets, as you can see, right? So the counterattack is on the way. The counteroffensive is on the way. It's one thing to take a city. Like I said before in previous videos, anybody could take a city, but can you hold on to it? Anybody can take power, but that's not the test of true power. The true test of power is, are you able to hold on to it, right? If you take power and then you are driven out of power the next week, that don't mean nothing, right? Can you hold on to it in the long term? Can you hold on to power for weeks and months and years and decades and centuries? Can you do it? I don't think these guys can do it. I don't think these Western-backed proxy actors can do it, right? So that's why I say to them, enjoy your time now, right? Enjoy your time in Kidal right now. But just know that you're going to be driven out very soon. You don't have the capacity to hold on to a city, hold on to an area, hold on to a region. You just don't have the means to do it, bro. You just don't have the means to do it. As soon as you hear the roar of the drones and the military aircrafts, y'all scatter like roaches when the light come on in the kitchen at 4 a.m. Y'all boys not real men. As soon as you hear the roar of the military aircrafts, y'all boys run and hide. Y'all boys go hide in the corner and duck and hide. And it's not like you haven't already been defeated. Remember back at the end of 2023 when they drove you out of Kidal? Yeah, your leader had to go hide in Mauritania. Yeah, he was ducking and hiding in Mauritania, living in exile, right? So it's not like you haven't already been militarily defeated. So, like weeks after, you know, it's just, I just did a video on that like some weeks ago. It's totally insane, bro. But, you know, it was definitely some beautiful speeches that took place at the funeral, right? And it was two speeches in particular that stuck out to me. The first speech that we're going to get into first was delivered by the Minister of Defense in Burkina Faso, General Celestin Simpore, the elder. You know, shout out to the elder, General Celestin Simpore, who also had a close relationship with Sadio Kamara as well, as you can see, right? You know, coming off the plane, things like that. And this was when Sadio Kamara went to go visit Burkina Faso. You see General Celestin Simpore in the back, right? So he delivered a beautiful speech. So I want to jump into that, not wasting no time. Play the clip. I'll be right back.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
He ultimately passed away in the very city where he was first brought into this world. He was a tragic victim of a truly cowardly and barbaric attack, which was perpetrated by ruthless terrorists, the sworn enemies of all freedom and of lasting peace. General Sadio Camara fell as a true hero, with his weapon still firmly in his hands upon the glorious and sacred field of honor. The journey of General Sadio Camara, the difficult decisions he made and the sacrifices he endured, stand as a powerful testament to his deep and unwavering loyalty to the nation of Mali. Far from being a mere passing moment, what we are witnessing is an entire chapter of courage, unwavering determination, and deep commitment from a patriotic officer who is in the service of Mali and the Confederation of Sahel States, which is now being rightfully glorified. As the ancient Bambara proverb wisely states, he who has faithfully performed his duty to his country has truly fulfilled his mission as a man. We will not dwell on his distinguished career, which has already been presented by more authoritative voices. As far as we are concerned, we remain confident that the legacy he leaves behind of unwavering steadfastness, deep commitment, profound patriotism, and tireless dedication will continue to inspire many future generations of our officers. We pledge to you our unwavering determination to continue the fight against the scourge of terrorism until we achieve a final victory. We shall remain steadfast for as long as the Almighty grants us the breath of life. We are going to hunt down all of your assassins right to their very last stronghold. Your memory shall forever remain a steady guiding compass for all the future generations yet to come. It will continue to light the path for those who have chosen to dedicate their lives to serving their nation and their dear people. My dear brother, my dear friend and colleague, may you now find your final rest in peace. May the Almighty God welcome your soul into his glorious eternal paradise, and may the sacred soul of our beloved Mali and the ASE Confederation rest lightly upon your noble, courageous spirit.
We back. Shout out to General Celestin Simpore, Minister of Defense in Burkina Faso. Shout out to the elder. Got love for that elder right there. If you remember, he's been in the military since Thomas Sankara was in power, right? He first came into the military when Sankara was in power, and now he's in power right now. So he done seen it all. He's an encyclopedia of information. So, shout out to General Celestin Simpore. Got love for those type of elders right there. Now, I want to jump into another speech that was given by the Chief of the Air Force, who apparently also had a very close relationship with Sadio since they were very young men, just like Assimi Goïta. So I want to get into his speech, play the clip. I'll be right back.
Dear fellow citizens, dear relatives, friends, and allies of the Camara family. We are gathered here today, Thursday, April 30th, 2026, not to celebrate an end, but to give thanks and bear witness to a life that has forever marked our history, our present, and will continue to mark our future. Before this remains, the silence that grips us is not one of emptiness. It is the powerful echo of a voice that carried the aspirations of an entire people to such heights. When my class saw fit to entrust me with the truly daunting and solemn task of standing here to speak on their behalf, in order to convey our deepest condolences to the nation, and to share the collective sentiments of my comrades regarding the tragic loss of Army General Sadio Camara, I honestly felt as though I were caught in a complex triple trap. To begin with, who am I to presume that I could capture the essence of this great man and feel worthy enough to speak on such a tragic occasion? What right do I possess to speak of the life of Sadio? Who am I to publicly praise a man who always lived in quiet discretion and deep humility, constantly shunning the bright spotlight of personal glory? And besides, how am I supposed to overcome this feeling of anger, of helplessness, or even shame? Yes, shame, when since Saturday, April 25th, 2026, I still can't explain to my own conscience why it wasn't me who left instead of Sadio. Why did Allah choose to take away the very best of us? The one who strove with such incredible, unwavering, and passionate fervor to carry out the sacred divine will here upon this earth. I feel no right to be standing at this podium here and now. I should be with him. The natural order of things would have dictated that it be him, my brother, my minister, who delivered this eulogy when I have passed away. But God had different plans for us. Then came the third challenge. By choosing to accept this very important mission was to avoid the trap of monopolizing the floor for too long. Indeed, even if I were to speak only for myself, SMS and General Sadio Kamara.
If you're not using a business travel platform like Navan, you're really missing out. Hi, I'm Ellie, and I'm the people.
Our Minister of State and Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs held a formal title. He held a position of truly great importance. But to us, he was the very embodiment of our cause.
Media, the terrorists in Mali are once again, rest in peace, General Sadio Kamara. We're going to keep saying it. We're going to keep saying it. Now, I seen some other news coming from the Western media. They said that the terrorists are going to blockade the capital, right? This coming from the French media. The terrorists in Mali are seeking to blockade the capital, right? Now, as you can see, this is a recent video, I think as recent as either today or yesterday. And as far as I can tell, I don't see any blockade taking place, right? And even if they do blockade, as you can see, the aircrafts are already on the scene. And, you know, these guys, they're scared to death of the aircrafts because it doesn't matter how fast you go on that little motorbike. You're never going to outrun an aircraft. You're never going to outrun a drone strike. You're never going to outrun an airstrike. You're never going to outrun anything when them bombs start dropping. So as soon as these guys see the military aircrafts on the scene, them boys scatter like roaches. They go hide in the bush because they don't want no smoke. They don't want no problems. And as you can see, a whole convoy, a massive convoy successfully reached the capital today. So, you know, I don't see this blockade the Western media talking about. The Western media been going overload, you know, with the fake news in recent days. But anyway, man, I just wanted to come with that news. You know, the AES Joint Unified Force carrying out airstrikes on the heads of the terrorist groups, the the French-backed terrorist groups. You already know what it is. Hey, somebody tell that spokesman, right? The spokesperson for the terrorist groups that's, you know, gallivanting all over Paris, doing interviews on the media. Come back to Mali, right? Come back to the country, get on the front line and go fight with your brothers, right? You all the way in Paris, right? You all the way in Paris doing interviews in the media. Come down to Mali and get a taste of these airstrikes too, right? Stop hiding in the hotels in Paris. Come down to Bamako. Come down to Azawad, right? Come down to your fictional territory called Azawad and take some of these drone strikes, boy. Anyway, it's your boy Nevakari Desaline. I'm gone. Peace.
These ministers fought with weapons in hand. Their military barracks were attacked just outside.
Now a retired soldier. The initial phase.
How you guys doing? Good afternoon. This is Frank. I'm your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series as part of WCC. Now, not to waste time, we're already into 10 minutes into because the show actually start 1, right? But I do this introduction to get your attention as to where we are going. All right. Now, let me read a headline for today. It says, it meshes to the AES nations. It meshes to the AES nations. The 3 kings of the world. We only have 3 kings in the world. I don't know about you. Maybe people have Queen England, Queen Australia, but we don't care. What we know is we have 3 kings of the world. The greatest leader of the world. Abraham Tuare, Tiani, and Assemi-Goïta. Those guys are the 3 greatest leaders of the world. The wasiest leader of the world. The most lovable leader of the world. Abraham Tuare, Tiani, and Goïta. They are the 3 kings of the world. As we know. Now, message to them. Why we say, or I say, message to them. And I know they already know it's going to reach them. This is my advice. Since this whole thing happened, I know there have been victory, and we're going to show some of those videos on like mainstream media. Right now, they are all silent because they are all cockroaches. They can talk about the victory of the AES. They can, because cockroaches are back in the hole, hiding themselves, because those cockroaches of Western media and their whosoever, they are cockroaches. They are all howling right now. They can't come out to talk about the victory. But they can only talk about the victory of the terrorists because they support and form those terrorists. They work with the terrorists. They don't love Africa. They don't love us. They don't love black people. They don't love African people. Now we know our enemies. And we're going to treat our enemies like enemies. Now, this is my message to the AES nation and to the people of the Shaheen nation. Be careful with ECWA. Be careful with AU. Oh my God. Pay attention, folks. Pay attention. You know, since this thing happened, I have watched, carefully watch and carefully listening to all platforms. You know, let me say this. Now, I'm not saying this to say that this platform, WCC, is the most brilliant platform. No, absolutely no. Just because we know how to understand the situation, just because we know how to go beyond and understand, that doesn't mean we are better off than other platforms. But what I would say is our level of intelligence may be better. Our level of information, our level of rationalizing things, our level of putting things together into perspective is more better and brilliant than other platforms. But that doesn't mean they are not better. You know, as I have listened to other platforms, some people say ECWA have made a statement. ECWA is in support of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. ECWA is about to work with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Folks, let me tell you this. It's lie. ECWA is not working with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and ECWA is not going to work with Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. I have watched and listened. A lot of people say AU is now coming to work with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Let me say this. Let me say that with my face right here. AU is not going to work with Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, and AU will never, AU will not. This is the platform. We come, we speak as it is. Let me say this. If you think we just come here and speak on our own understanding, don't get it twisted. Something we say here are actually from the voices of the ancestors that come into our ear, into our mind. These are messages that come to us. I say some things and sometimes I never plan it. But while I'm here, the messages come. Today's message is not directly from me. It's from our forefather. That I should tell Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso and the people of the AES to be careful with ECWA and to be careful with AU. Why? Let's go to their statement. Let's first go to ECWA statement, and then we will go to AU statement. You see, let me say this. Over the weeks, I was planning how to present. All right? Until yesterday, this message came to me. I came out with this topic yesterday because the message came to me. I never had no schedule to present today. But yesterday, the message came. And when it came, that's how I went to do I start putting things together quick. Right? Then when the message came, I have to go and look for the statement of ECWA. I have to go and look for the statement of AU. And at that point, it was telling me, read. And I went ahead and read. And as I was reading, it was telling me, what do you understand? I'm telling you, I'm not making up things. It was telling me, what do you understand? Do you understand this? Do you get this? Look at this place. I mean, read this place again. Read it and over time again. Read it again. I'm telling you. And then it start coming to me. The understanding start coming to me, telling me XYZ. So let's go to the first reading. Equa, right? We are not here for opinion. This is not a platform that is based on opinion. All right? We don't have the information. We sit down. We don't present. Let's go to Equa. Now, the first thing you see, it says, Economic Community of West Africa State condemned terrorist attack in Mali. That sounds good, right? It sounds right. It sounds sweet, right? ECOWAS condemned the terrorist attack in Mali. Now, before we can even read what they wrote here, look, you see what ECOWAS wrote, and I don't know, these guys, they say they're educated, but they are all fools, educated fools. The people in the Economic Community of West Africa who wrote this, they are all educated fools. The people in AU who wrote what I'm about to read today, they are all educated fools. Don't be surprised later on to get to know that ECOWAS work with the terrorists in our region. Don't be surprised later to get to know that AU work with the terrorists in our region. Don't be surprised. Now, somebody may say, but Frank, what do you mean? Is it not right for ECOWAS to condemn the situation in Mali? Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you a question while you have asked me that question. If it is right, wasn't the scene ECOWAS? Look, folks, pay attention. Don't forget. Wasn't the scene ECOWAS yesterday who said they wanted to go to Niger to attack Niger, to wage war on Niger? Wasn't the scene ECOWAS? I'm asking you. Don't run faster because somebody wrote something. Don't just accept something because somebody wrote something. ECOWAS condemned terrorist attack in Mali. But wasn't the same ECOWAS yesterday who wanted to wage war on Niger with Washington, D.C. support and Euro support? No. I'm asking you guys now. I'm asking. Wasn't the same ECOWAS? Yeah. What make this different? What make this different? Because yesterday, ECOWAS, Tinubu, ECOWAS, they were ready. They were in full gear. They were in full readiness to go and unalive Nigerian, to go to Niger, to wage war on Niger, to kill another African population. Why did they stop? Because, in fact, because of that intervention brought about the AES today. Because of that intervention of ECOWAS brought about the AES today. It was from there Abraham Touare said, no, Niger is in the same fight as we are today. Mali is in the same fight as we are today. So we must ally together. We must collaborate together and wait for ECOWAS to come. We must fight in one unison and wait for ECOWAS to come. And then when ECOWAS looked at it, that they was not only going to fight Niger, but it was going to fight Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And then they look at the military weight, the military power. Then they told Washington, D.C., they told EU, we can't do it. We can't make it. Then Tinubu had to draw back. Tinubu, at that time, he was the chairman for for ECOWAS. Tinubu fell back. After he spoke with his puppet or slave master, he fell back. That was the beginning of the Shahid nation to come together to form the AES. So today, how can ECOWAS come and say they condemn the terrorists? Because at that time, if ECOWAS should have gone to fight Niger, ECOWAS who are being described as a terrorist. Because what the terrorists are doing today is the same thing ECOWAS wanted to go do. But not only that, folks, that is not my concern right here. Let's read what they wrote here. Let's read what they wrote here. Let's read what they wrote here. Listen to this. It's laughable. It's laughable, right? We're going to go follow down. Economic Community of West Africa State called for unified response. Listen to this. When they say unified response, ECOWAS is not talking about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso should unite to fight the terrorists. That's not the language ECOWAS is speaking here. And we're going to go follow down, and then we're going to make it clear. What ECOWAS is saying here is Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso should come back to the bloc. Don't believe me. They roll it down in this sentence here, in this paragraph, in what they wrote here. They are saying Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso should come back to the bloc of Economic Community of West Africa State. Don't believe me. Let's continue. Let's read. Economic Community of West Africa State, ECOWAS, call for unified response. That means Mali and Niger, Burkina Faso cannot fight the terrorists. So that means ECOWAS know the weight of the terrorists. ECOWAS knows something. Because the reason why ECOWAS know the weight of the terrorists are being supported by the West. The terrorists get their support from the West. The terrorists get their vehicles from the Western nations. The terrorists get their army from the Western nation. Let's continue. And then ECOWAS said, we urge all state security forces, regional mechanism, and population of West Africa. You see it. You see it. Population of West Africa to unite and mobilize in a coordinated effort to combat this surge. Now, let me say this. Nobody's stupid here like ECOWAS. No one is stupid like how the ECOWAS leaders are stupid. Because we have seen over time, over years, Boko Haram have threatened Nigerians. Boko Haram have killed Nigerian school children, Nigerian school girls. Boko Haram have kidnapped Nigerian have cried and cried and cried and died. On a daily basis, Nigerians are dying from Boko Haram. And at that time, the same Tinubu who is president today in Nigeria was the chairman of the ECOWAS. ECOWAS did not come out with a statement like this. ECOWAS did not come out with a statement like this. So are the people of Nigeria not important? Their life is not important? Oh, so this is the reasons why the ECOWAS in Nigeria will sit down and negotiate with the terrorists as the terrorists continue to kill. This is the reason when terrorists in Nigeria are captured as prisoners of war, they take them in a hospital, treat them, and then rehabilitate them back into society, and then the same terrorists go back again. The people in ECOWAS who wrote this, they are so dumb and stupid, thinking that every Africans are stupid and dumb like them. Let's read. The 15-member regional. So now you see, they are not, I told you, it's not about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So they want to use this instance. They want to use this instance thinking that Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso will not succeed. They will come back to the bloc. You remember when they interviewed Tinubu a year back? He said, we are going to use all means to bring back Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Folks, pay attention. Do not trust ECOWAS. ECOWAS is okay. Let's go ahead. They say, Tinubu said, we are going to use all means to bring back Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso to the Equa Black. And then when it interviews Nana Akufo-Addo at that time, Nana Akufo-Addo was the president of the Republic of Ghana, Mama Ghana, a great nation. Shout out to them, respect to them. At that time, Nana Akufo-Addo was the president. And you remember Nana Akufo-Addo came here and told his slave master, for his slave master to go and wage war on Burkina Faso. You remember that at that time? And after that did not happen, they did not succeed. The leaders stood firm and said, we are waiting for any cock war, any cockroaches to come. What then happened? At that time, Nana Akufo-Addo said, they are going to use any means to make sure Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso not to succeed. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso will come back to the Equa bloc. You remember that? This is an entity that wanted to wage war on a Shahid nation. So they try to use this means, this instance, to bring back Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So according to Equa, the 15-member regional political and economic union, Equa is not a union because Equa is a failure entity. Equa is control. Equa is an entity for Washington, D.C. and for Europe because they work in the interest of Washington, D.C. and Europe, not in the interest of Africans. So according to them, the 15-member regional political and economic union of Africa on Sunday strongly condemned a series of terrorist attacks in various localities across Mali, describing them as a threat to regional peace and stability. So is it today that you know it's a threat to regional peace and stability? You did not know this when the French military was there. You did not know this when the United States military they call AFRICOM was there. You did not know this when the Canadian military in our region. You did not know this when the German military in our region. All these military, you never knew this. You did not know this when your Nigeria, we call it the superpower. In fact, Nigeria is no longer the superpower of Africa. Get that off the table. Nigeria is no longer the superpower of Africa because Nigeria does not have an army to protect its citizens. Nigeria does not have an army to protect its citizens. Nigeria take order from France. Did you remember when a coup almost took place in Benin Republic? The French Macron ordered Tinubu. Even in Nigeria, Nigerians did not know that Nigeria have Air Force. Nigerian, both women and abroad, did not know that Nigeria had an Air Force. Africans did not know that Nigeria had an Air Force. It was the time France, Emmanuel Macron, ordered Tinubu to use the Nigerian Air Force to go and enforce the coup in Benin. Before we saw the Nigerian Air Force in air to forge a coup in Benin. And then, I don't know what they want to go do in Burkina Faso. They got arrested. They brought their plane down. That's the time we got to know Nigeria have Air Force. But Nigeria does not have an army to protect its citizens. So Nigeria is no longer the superpower of Africa. Let's continue here. These people wrote rubbish. The Economic Community of West Africa State, headquartered in Abuja, Nigeria, issued a statement condemning the attack on Saturday as heinous acts that highlight the barbaric nature of the perpetrators who continue to threaten peace, security, and stability in the West African sub-region as a whole. Nigeria ECOWAS have never come out to make this statement about the people dying in Nigeria. The people that are dying in DRC Congo. The people that are dying in Sudan. But you want to use this means. You think Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso will come back. You think you will use this means to say Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso will come back. You are a hypocrite. We know your secret. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they are not coming back to the ECOWAS. And the next thing we're trying to do now, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, going to cut away from the African Union. Folks, I got a message for you. I have a message for you, but you know, it will not come in full. It will not come in full. The message will not come in full, but it will come holistically later on. But I have a little message for you when we get to the AU aspect. Let's read. Earlier on Saturday, Mali was rocked by a series of coordinated attacks across multiple cities, including capital Bamako, Keita, Matid, and Gao. There's another area they call Kidal. They didn't put Kidal in here, but let's continue. The situation remained fluid, with heavy gunfire and explosives reported in several areas. Why the fate of defense? Now you see right here, listen to this. You see what ECOWAS was trying to do here. ECOWAS now tried to downplay. ECOWAS now tried to downplay the defense of the Saharan nations without waiting to get information, without any concrete information from the Saharan nations. ECOWAS is an enemy to the Saharan nation. Listen to this. Why the defeat? Why the fate? Listen to what ECOWAS is saying here. Nonsense. Why the fate of the defense minister Sergio Camara remain unclear in unconfirmed report of his possible death following an attack near his residence. Now, why did you come with this report? Why couldn't you wait until, if you are truly for your brother keeper, why couldn't you wait until you can get all necessary information from the leader? I don't want to call them military, from the president of the Republic of Mali. Why couldn't you wait? Why couldn't you wait to get all the information from them? But you put out information the same time France was putting out information. You put out information the same time the Western nations were putting out information, unconfirmed information. And then you came and put an unconfirmed information here. Were you forced? Why you couldn't wait until you could, have communicated with the president of the Republic of Mali and Assimi Goïta before putting a report up here? But you put a report based on Western influence because you work for the West. Why will you put a report that was not confirmed? So where did you get your report from? From the terrorist? How did you get this report? From the terrorist? Because you are saying why the fate of Defense Minister Sergio Camara remain unclear. So where did you get this information from that in the first place he was shot? Where did you get the information from? Because you never got it from the people of Mali. You never got it from the president. Where did you get this information from? From the terrorists? And then he said it is unclear in unconfirmed report of his possible death. Where did you get it from? And a reliable organization of search. Let's put it this way. A reliable organization of search. An African organization of search. Let's just put it this way now. Although we know it is not an African organization, it is a Western organization financed by the West, supported by the West, with all the resources Africa have. Let's continue here. I told you it was a revelation that came to me to warn the Saharan nation to be careful of ECOWAS and AU. Let's read. Authorities have not issued, listen to this, authorities have not issued a comprehensive official statement. Then why will you come out with such statement? If you show you for your brothers, why you couldn't wait, communicate with them, collaborate with them before you come out with a statement that will collaborate with their statement as well? Then we will know that, yes, ECOWAS indeed is working with the Sahelian nation. ECOWAS indeed is working with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. But you are giving a report based on France, based on Washington, D.C., based on Western media report. Let's read. Let's read. There is a place I want to get. Authorities have not issued a comprehensive official statement on casualty or the full scales of the assault, but security sources indicate which security. Because if you are saying which are the security, because if you are saying authority, so when you say authority, it means the Malian authority, right? The Malian authority have not yet given you any information. But then they came out to say, but security sources, which security sources? Because if the Malian authority have not come out with any information, no soldier in Mali will come out with information. It will not happen. So their security sources they're talking about are from the terrorists. Do you see here, folks? I told you people on this platform, we read carefully. When the message came, I'm telling you, I read it and they keep telling me, read this place, read it again. And they kept telling me, what do you understand here? I'm telling you. ECOWAS said, authorities, AES, so that means the entire Malian authorities. Every armed entity in Mali, they never got and they never gave any information to ECOWAS, according to ECOWAS, AUTHORITIES, authorities. Authorities have not issued a comprehensive official statement on casualty or the full scales of the assault, but security sources indicate that Ketit, Bamako, Matit, and Gao are currently under military control. Now, you see the language ECOWAS used here. The same language the Western media, the Westerners who support the terrorists are using. ECOWAS use the same language. ECOWAS call the terrorists military. ECOWAS call the terrorists military. Then how can someone tell me ECOWAS is ready to work with Mali? How can someone tell me ECOWAS is ready to work with Mali when ECOWAS is calling the terrorists military? ECOWAS should have called a terrorist terrorist. A terrorist is a terrorist. But ECOWAS is calling a terrorist military because ECOWAS does not want to use the name terrorist because ECOWAS will not get funding from France. ECOWAS will not get funding from Washington, D.C. ECOWAS will not get funding from EU. So they have to say military. But you see, one thing again. Now, ECOWAS was so quick to give report about the source of the terrorists because according to ECOWAS, Kita, Bamako, Mati, Gao are all under military control. The terrorist control. But after the terrorists have been unalive, ECOWAS did not come out with a statement. The same way mainstream media have not come out with a statement is the same way ECOWAS have not yet come out with a statement to say, oh yes, the Malians have succeeded. They have unalived the terrorists. They have retaken the 6th region. Things are under control. ECOWAS have not done that. But ECOWAS was able to come out to mock Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso to say, you guys have to come to the regional bloc. Because the terrorists have taken the entire place. Let's read. Meanwhile, the situation in Cadel, that's the 6th region. Meanwhile, this is ECOWAS reporting, just like her ally from the West. ECOWAS says, meanwhile, the situation in Kidal remain confused. This is why I want you to understand something. This is why I want you to understand something. Why would ECOWAS be confused? ECOWAS was confused because she was getting her information from the terrorists. I want to believe, let me put it this way. I want to believe ECOWAS was confused because ECOWAS was getting her information from the terrorists. Because you cannot be confused if you are actually in direct confrontation with your brother. You cannot be confused, because if you are in direct confrontation with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and they are giving you the true information, you will not be confused. Why were ECOWAS confused? Why would they come out with this rubbish? You see, the people in the ECOWAS are so dumb and stupid educated people. Specifically, the people who wrote this nonsense, this rubbish. They simply mean they were in communication with the terrorists, just how their Western allies are supporting the terrorists and in communication with the terrorists to say the terrorists have been friends to the French military, even going back to colonial period. Folks, the enemies of Africa is well known. The terrorists have been friends with the French military since colonial era. Since colonial era. Let's read. Meanwhile, the situation in Kidal remained confused with conflicting claim over control of the city and no verified confirmation from the government. You are not working with the government. How will you get confirmation? How will you verify information from the government when you are not working with the government? You are not in communication with the government. You see the government as your enemy. You see the government, the people of Mali as your enemy. You see the people of Niger as your enemy. You see the people of Burkina Faso as your enemy. How will you get verified confirmation when you are supporting the West? When the West yesterday told you to go wage war on the Sahel nation, you are ready to go. So how will you get verified information when you are the enemies to the people? ECOWAS call for a unified response. Now listen to this, because the truth here is Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, they are already unified. So when ECOWAS is saying ECOWAS call for a unified response, ECOWAS is not talking about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. ECOWAS is talking about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso should come to the regional bloc. But ECOWAS is not asking the question, what was our fault until Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso left us? What did we do wrong? Which the answers are there, but we're not going to go into that. It's going to waste our time, but the answers are there. But anyway, ECOWAS said, ECOWAS called for a unified response, urgent. Listen to this nonsense they wrote. Do they think Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso will come back to ECOWAS over our debt? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. ECOWAS, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso are not coming back to ECOWAS. It will never happen, and it's not going to happen. ECOWAS called for a unified response, urging all states, that means the regional bloc, urging all state security forces, regional mechanism. Listen to this. Regional mechanism and population of West Africa to unite. Is it today that ECOWAS is talking about unification? To unite and mobilize in a coordinated effort to combat this surge. Let me ask ECOWAS, since when terrorist ban on the African continent supported by United States taxpayer dollar, supported by France taxpayer dollar, supported by European taxpayer dollar, and these are all confirmed information according to congressmen from Washington, D.C. and other sources. These are all confirmed information. So, where have ECOWAS been? Where have ECOWAS been? So you want to use this situation thinking that Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso will come to you. In the first place, if you sure these are your brother, yesterday you have army that were ready to go and fight Niger. that were ready to fight Niger, according to Tinubu. So where are those armies today? Where are those armies? Why can't you send those armies to go and fight? And then when you win a battle, then at least Mali and Niger and Burkina Faso can find the reasons to come back. Where are the army? But you can't sit there and wait when the people go and fight for themselves and defeat the terrorists supported by the West, supported by France. And then what are you going to say? Come back and then say, oh, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, you see, we put an article for you, we talk about you, but you have to come back to the block. Meanwhile, you never say anything good in here. You see here. So, ECOWAS, we should be careful with ECOWAS. ECOWAS is still a puppet, it's still a Western organization. And I know Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are not going to honor this nonsense they wrote here. They stretch they wrote here. You have an army that was prepared, that was ready to go and fight Niger. Where are those armies today? This is the time that you're supposed to show your brotherhood. This is the time that you're supposed to show your love to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. This is the time that you're supposed to show your love because you had the army yesterday prepared and ready to go and fight Niger. So that army should be ready today to go and fight the terrorists. Then after that, then Mali will be convinced and say, you know what? Abraham Touare, I think I got to go back to the ECOWAS bloc. Then maybe Niger will be convinced and say, you know what? Abraham Touare, I think I got to go back to the ECOWAS bloc. Then maybe Abraham Touare will be convinced and say, you know what? They shall hate citizens. Let us go back to the ECOWAS bloc. But no, you kept that army until the people themselves go and fight. And then come and, first of all, you downplay the people army. And then talking about they have to come back to the regional bloc. So you want to use their situation. You want to use their circumstances. Thinking that they will come back to the regional bloc. It will not happen. ECOWAS is going to be a history. A Western organization, a Western history. ECOWAS is not African history. AU is not African history. The African history of the AU that we will talk about will be the 1963. And we will talk about it not because it was even in our favor, because the Morovia group was an idiot in a Morovia group. It was only, look, it is only the Casablanca group that we will actually talk and embrace if we're talking about the 1963 or AU or OAU, not even AU. The Organization on African Unity, the 1963, if we want to talk about it, we will talk about the Casablanca group. We will praise the Casablanca group. We will get the energy of the Casablanca group, not the Morovia group. Because the Morovia group, they were all slaves. The Morovia group, they were all puppets of the West and Washington, D.C. And in fact, the reason why the May 25th, 1963 came out about the OAU, in fact, the reason why it even went to Ethiopia, from Morovia to Ethiopia, it was because it failed in Morovia. It was there on arrival in Morovia because of the Morovia group. And after they did not come to an agreement, that's how they ended up in Ethiopia. But it was supposed to be finalized in Morovia in 1963. But because it was not finalized there, that's how they went to Ethiopia. They finalized it there that, you know what? Okay, we can be a union, Organization on African Unity. We can be a unity, how to call it, group, but do not interfere. It was the Morovia group that came out of that plan because they got their plan from Washington, D.C. Do not interfere in the political affair of Morovia, of Liberia. And Liberia will not interfere in the political affair of Ghana. Ghana will not interfere in the political affair of Nigeria. Nigeria will not interfere in the political affair of Cote d'Ivoire. And that's how it is today. Go and read the Organization of Africa United. Go and read it. You will see it in there. It was not a Casablanca group that came out with that. It was a Moravia group. Because the Moravia group won over the Casablanca group when they voted it. The Moravia group won. Let's go to the AU. So that's the ECOWAS aspect. We don't trust the ECOWAS. We will never trust the ECOWAS. And Abraham Traoré, do not trust the ECOWAS. And do not trust any of these leaders that are in ECOWAS. If they say they want to come and ally with you, let me say this. This is my message. The message continue. If any of the ECOWAS nation, if any of the nation in the economic community of West Africa bloc want to ally with the AES, this message go to Abraham Traoré, Tiani and Keita. This message go to you people. This message go to you people. If any of the nation in the economic community of West Africa bloc currently, they want to come to ally with you, this is my message to you. Don't tell them no, but don't bring them closer. Until you can see their work, until you can see what they are doing in their country, the same thing you do in your country, if you see them doing the same thing in their country, then you can bring them closer. But until then, don't bring them closer. If they say, oh, we want to ally with you, we want to do the same, fine. What we're doing, if we see you doing the same thing, then we can bring you in. But other than that, none of the economic community of West African nations should come to you and say, oh, we want to ally with you. No, they are enemies of your interest. I repeat, they are enemies of your interest. They are not coming because they want to ally. They have been sent by their slave master. They have been sent by either Washington, D.C. or France. Because imagine, Tinubu said they are going to use all means to bring you back to the bloc. Nana Akufo-Addo said they are going to do everything to bring you back to the bloc. So if any of the nation on the ECOWAS bloc currently come, they say they want to ally with you, don't shy them away. Don't shy them away. Tell them no problem, but we want to see your work. Tell them no problem, but we want to see your work. We want to see your work. Because as for us, we are working. We are working because you are not going to abandon your country to come to Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso to come and live. You're going to stay in your country. So we want to see your work in your country. Then we can trust you to ally with you. But if you're not doing what we are doing, then don't ally with. That's the message, Abraham Traoré, Tiani and Keita. Do not shy any African nation that may say they want to come and take your model. Do not shy them away. Do not shy them away when they come. They say they want to ally with you. Do not shy them away. But tell them, until we can see your output in your country, until we can see you putting your country first over Western interests, until we can see you putting your country first over Washington, D.C. policies, foreign policy. Until we can see you putting your people first over French citizens. Until we can see you putting your citizens first over the people of Australia, the people of Canada, the people of America, the people of France, until we can see that your citizens are first priority. Until we can see that you are managing your own resources and taking responsibility of your resources to benefit your people, until we can see you being full self-sufficient and not depending on American agro, until we can see you producing massive food for your people and your people are producing, until we can see you investing in the human development capacity of your country. These are the regulations you should give forth to them. Nobody should, look, do not shy them away, but give them these things. Tell them until you can follow our model of governance for the people, until we can see the governance manifest in the life of the people, then we can bring it close. Then we can trust you. Until then, keep your distance from us. Until you can stop taking loans from IMF, World Bank. Until you can stop going for their meetings. When they call you, they put you on buses. Until you can stop. Keep distance from us. Don't shy them away. Give them your policy. Give them your policy. If they cannot take your policy, then flush them out from your surrounding. They are devil incarnated, sent by the enemies of Africa, sent by the people who support the terrorists against Africa. Let's go to AU. Now, African Union condemn assassination of Mali Defense Minister. African Union. You see, another hypocrite. Another hypocrite. African Union condemn assassination of Mali Defense Minister. African Union, first condemn yourself. African Union, slap yourself. African Union, unalive yourself. Then we will know you are serious. We're the same African Union yesterday who put sanction on Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. The same African Union who put sanction on Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso for the same reason that Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are fighting against today. But yesterday, African Union put sanction on Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso for taking their own freedom into their hand to fight the terrorists. African Union said, no, you cannot fight the terrorists by yourself. You should allow France to be there. You should allow AFRICOM to be there. Meanwhile, these so-called foreign military have been there but have never succeeded. In fact, they support the terrorists. So when this nation decided we don't want these foreign troops, African Union went and put sanction on the people. You know the implication of sanction? You know the implication of sanction? It's like you touch somebody's hand and put a person in a ring, and then to fight another person whose hand is loose. You tie my hand, tie my legs, put me in the ring with another person whose hands is loose, whose foot is loose. He's able to lift up his hand and punch me. But meanwhile, I can't punch you. I can only go like this. That's what African Union did. You abandoned Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso yesterday. When America told you to put sanction on them, Washington, D.C., when the European Union told you to put sanction on them, you put sanction on them. What were you thinking? All of you guys are stupid and dumb in our AU. You people that wrote these things. And AU is a history. First, I got messages for you. I will not give you all. It will come. But I will give you little. Now, the African Union on Thursday condemned the assassination of Mali Defense Minister Sadio Kamara following a recent coordinated terrorist attack that targeted different parts of the country. Listen to this. There's area I want to get, I will get there. The AU Peace and Security Council. What make AU a Peace and Security Council? You see, there's rubbish organization here. Peace and Security Council. Do you know how long there have now been peace in DRC Congo? Do you have Peace and Security Council? Where is the peace in Sudan? Do you have Peace and Security Council? Where is the peace in Somalia? Do you have Peace and Security Council? Anyway, let's continue. AU Peace and Security Council, in a statement issued Thursday following the council recent meeting on the security situation in Mali. So is it Mali today that they have security issue? So you are only focusing on a place that the West are focusing, because you are supported by United States dollars, you are supported by francs or CFA, and you are supported by EU and EU PAM or whatsoever. So you focus to where they are. But what is a report on Sudan? What is a report on Congo? What is a report? What was the report and the action taken by you for situation in how they call it Guinea-Bissau when they had the election the last time that did not go the right way? What was that Peace and Security Council? Where is that Peace and Security Council when over time, when even Washington DC herself have confirmed that they support terrorist activities in Africa and around the world? The same terrorists that we are fighting today. The same terrorists that we are fighting today. Washington DC came up and said, our organization are giving support to the terrorists. Our taxpayer money are going to the terrorists. Where is that Peace and Security Council that have never questioned Washington DC? The same terrorists today we are fighting are people that are supported by the West. So where is our Peace and Security Council that have never talked about this, that have never questioned Washington DC? Where is our Peace and Security Council when French media, their journalists are sitting there saying that the terrorists are friends with the French military? They are sitting there saying that they gave support to the terrorists. Where is our peace and security that you can't question these people? All of you guys are stupid. AU Peace and Security, in a statement issued Thursday following council recent meeting on a Security Council in Mali, expressed deep concern over the widespread coordinated attack, systemic killing. Now, I'm glad to say systemic killing. It is because of the systemic killing of the people of Africa that these three leaders, Abraham, Tiani, and Keita, decided that with this systemic killing, AU is useless. AU is meaningless. We have to stand firm. If we depend on AU, this systemic killing will continue. I'm glad you put this in here. You see, you guys are educated, but educated fools. Systemic killing and displacement of the Malian population by terrorist group. At least they said terrorist group here, unlike Ecuador said military group. Unlike Ecuador said military. Unlike Ecuador said military, at least they said terrorist group. But I'm not giving them credit. Let's read down and see they all are nonsense of a Western-backed organization. Using this means thinking that the Shahid nation will come back to the... You guys don't even know what is coming for. They say stupid organization called African Unity. Where is the unity? What? How do you define unity? How do you define union? Unity? Putting sanction on the same people because Washington DC said put sanction on them. Unity? putting sanction on your brother because France say put sanction on them. Unity, putting sanction on your brother because AU say put sanction on them. Unity, you call that unity? Let's continue here. Expressing its concerns over the fast deteriorating security situation. So you see here now, they are saying, right, the security situation in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso has worsened. Because right here they are saying the terrorists have taken over. They are happy. So in no time, because what happened here? Because the Malian army have to retreat because they were caught on guard, not expecting it. For 6 regions at the same time to be coordinated at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. And then they're hitting on the other side, hitting on the other side. You confused. What you do, in order not to lose more manpower, you retreat. You retreat. And then go get prepared. And then when you coming back, because the truth here is the terrorists were prepared before they came. So they caught the military off guard. 6 regions they're fighting you unexpected. What do you expect? Not to lose more men, you have to be smart. You have to retreat. And then regroup and then come up for these bitches and lay them down like ants, and that's what happened to them. So you see, AU too, they're not even get no information from the Malian army. Their information came from the terrorists. So now ECWA is saying, is expressing concern. Just because the military retreat, then they say, boom, they went ahead and came out with a statement to say, the people military are deteriorating. They don't have military. But look at Nigeria. Does Nigeria have a military? Does Nigeria have a military? Nigeria came in for Boko Haram. With all Nigeria is a superpower. Nigeria this. Where is Nigeria army? Nigeria came for Boko Haram. AU have not come out with any statement to say Nigeria army is deteriorating. But after they went, they laid down all those terrorists like ants. AU have never come out with any statement. All of them working for the terrorists, I want to believe. Expressing concern over the fast deteriorating security situation. Like, fast, just because the people retreated. Then now it's fast. Be careful with AU and ECWA. That's the message that came to me before. Yesterday the message came to me. Let's read. Expressing its concern over the fast deteriorating security situation in Mali and the entire Sahel region. Look at this. And the entire Sahel region. So, so you see ECWA. Do you see ECWA? So this happened in Mali, but now ECWA is saying, in fact, the entire Sahel region, they don't have army. In fact, their army have deteriorated. Their army have worsened. Their army is nothing. This is AU. Why are these? To put fear in people. Why are these? For African people to come out and say, no, bring back France. No, bring back, how they call it, African. Bring back General Lansley. That other slave puppet, that other slave slave of how they call it, horse negro. Oh no, bring back General Lansley, the horse negro, the horse slave, bring him back. Oh no, bring the French arena back, the French organization back. Bring this Western money company back so that they can take our resources and go. This is what exactly AU is saying here, because AU is run by United States taxpayer dollar. AU is run by France taxpayer dollar. At the same time, these people look our resources. And then they take small money and give it to AU, and then they say, oh, the American taxpayer. But they are not talking about the resources they loot. The resources they steal. France is not talking about $500 billion every year taken from African nations, just in tax, not the resources. So if they come and give these Francophone nation 1 million, 1 million. Then they say it is a French taxpayer. No, it ain't no damn French taxpayer money. It is our resources that you loot and steal from us. And then take some more and give it to us and say American taxpayer. No, the American tax dollar are going to Israel because America gave Israel $18 billion every year. That's where the American taxpayer dollars are going. The American taxpayer dollar are not going to the African continent. What the Americans are giving, let me say this, what Washington DC gave to Africa are African resources that have been exploited over the years. Are African dollars, money in Western bank that have been, that have been seized. For example, Muammar Gaddafi, money, for example. African leader who are being sanctioned, African leader who money have been frozen, they can't get it, and they don't want to fight for it because they will expose themselves for the corruption that they have done in Africa. So what they do, they sit down and close their mouth and leave it. These are the same money that have been taken, given back to Africa as American taxpayer dollar. No, it is not American taxpayer dollar. It is African resources that have been exploited, and then they take small portion of it and give it to us as taxpayer. No, your tax dollar are going to Israel. $18 billion every year they give to Israel. That's where your taxpayer dollars are going. Let's read. Now, expressing its concern over the fast deteriorating security situation in Mali and entire Sahel region, the council emphasized, AU now, the council, they're talking about council. Does AU have council? Does AU have council? AU, do you have council? Stupid council. The council emphasizes the importance of a whole, look at this, of a whole society. You know why it's a whole society? Because they condemn Mali security system, and then they condemn the entire Sahel region. Look here, Mali and the entire Sahel region. They condemn it. Now they are saying the emphasis on the importance of the Sahel coming back to the bloc. Because the Sahel nation are even talking about leaving AU. The Sahel nation are talking about leaving AU. So now AU have come to condemn the Sahel nation. You call these our brother? The message came to me. Warn the Sahel nation, the people of the Sahel, the people of the AES, to be careful of AU and ECWA. They are betrayer. AU, ECWA, they are betrayer. So now you downplay the region, and they're saying we emphasize that the importance of a whole society and a whole region approach, and a whole of region approach in responding to the surge of terrorism and violent extremists within the framework of collective security. But this was the same reason when the three nations said, France should leave. If you watch Burkina Faso, if you watch Ibrahim Traoré, that was Ibrahim Traoré frustrations. Ibrahim Traoré didn't want to take power. In fact, the first coup, it wasn't Ibrahim Traoré. It was another person. And if you watch Ibrahim Traoré said, after they did our coup, the guy that was there, he came back and then doing the same thing the other guy was doing. Not working for the people. In cohesion with the foreign military and with foreign backed companies and all of those things. So Ibrahim Traoré said, but these foreign military are not helping us. Watch Ibrahim Traoré. Watch his interviews and his statement. They are there. And he became frustrated and said, but then that was an effort wasted. Then you got to go. And how they went, they took the other one before Abraham Traore came. So where were AU at that time? You talking about violent extremists, regional cooperation, this. So you want to use the Mali situation to bring back the AES? It's not going to happen. What have you not spoken since the Boko Haram been killing Nigerians? What have you not been speaking? Why did you not come up with regional cooperation to fight extremists? Are Boko Haram an extremist violent group? The people in Congo, they don't need peace? Are they not part of the AU? For you to mobilize and fight regionally, for you to have a regional army? Do you have a regional army, sir? The only thing you can have a regional army when Washington DC says collect army, then you have regional army. All of you guys are hypocrites. Let me take this from there. I don't even want to read the whole thing. So that's AU and ECWA. Okay? These are organizations supported and backed by the West. These organizations are not for African people, are not for Africa. They are not in our interest. We should flee away from them. Flee away from them. I mean, flee, they say run. Flee means to run. Run away from ECWA and AU. They are not organization in our interest. They are puppeteer. They are puppet organization. In fact, the name for AU is AEU. AEU. America European Union. America European Union. America Europe Union. Now, let's see quick video. We're not going. I mean, at this time we run out of time, so we are not going to play all the entire video. Okay, we are not going to play all the entire video, but I will make you to understand, and then we move on to the next video because we're running out of time. All right. So now, the next video I'm about to show you, right? Let me see here. No, let me take this out. This is not the video I want to play for now. Let me take this out. We will come to that. We will come to that later. So let's see here. Now, the video I'm about to show you was the time the terrorist group went to Mali in the 6th region to attack, right? Was the time they succeeded. They were happy and doing this, doing that, all right? So let's balance equation here. But these terrorists have been unalived. Mainstream media will not show you it because they don't want to show you it because that will show victory. Because they was trying to make up panic, right? But the truth here is nobody listens to BBC now. Nobody listens to CNN. The same way they can get their video from the terrorists, that's the same way we get our video from the people that are actually liberating the people. All right? Let's continue with this video here. See what went on here.
Country that dared to throw out the French neocolonial. The sands of West Africa are once again soaked in blood, treachery, and the unmistakable fingerprints of foreign intelligence meddling. Overnight, the nation of Mali, a sovereign country that dared to throw out the French neocolonial machine and pivot toward Russian security cooperation, was rocked by the single most ambitious and sophisticated coordinated terror offensive the Sahel has witnessed in over a decade.
Tuareg rebels celebrating their takeover of the northern Malian town of Kidal.
Cities under attack by jihadists and rebels, Russian mercenaries in retreat, and a defense minister.
So you heard that part, right? Russian missionary retreat. I think I told you earlier, there was a reason they retreat. Look, a wise army, you have to retreat and regroup. And that's what happened. That's what happened. All right. So when these people hit, they hit about 6 places at the same time. How you going to fight? You have to retreat. Make them think that they have gained ground. Retreat and prepare your ground force, your air force, and then come back. And that's what happened to them. Look, there are some videos, right? I decided not to play it. But there are some videos, even the citizens, the common citizens who are not even army personnel. Look, I don't even want to say I'm sorry for the terrorists. No, because I can never be sorry for the terrorists. Look, the citizens hold the terrorists. They were dragging them on the floor like ants. Mainstream media will not show you that. After the army retreated, when the real group, they came back. Look, they dropped biscuit. When I say biscuits, I mean bomb. They drop bomb on these terrorists like they killed them. They unalive them. And then those that try to escape, they drop their arm. They try to escape. The citizens got them. The citizens start beating them. I'm telling you, I don't want to show it here, but we saw it. The citizens beat them, and the citizens are dragging them on the floor. Mainstream media will not show you that. So that was the reason they retreated, because the terrorists came, 6 places at the same time. So in order not to lose most men, you cannot lose most manpower. You have to pull back your manpower and retreat, regroup, and then come back. And the force that came. Look, when Abraham Traore said homeland of death, these people think it's fun. Abraham Traore made a statement one day and said, they are going to make the Sahel nation. If anybody, the Western nation that support the terrorists, tell you to go to the Sahel, you will not do it. Because the Sahel will be like no-go zone. And Abraham Traore said, it's a process. That was his statement. He said it's a process. Because these are people who are heavily funded by the West. These are people who are heavily funded and supported by the West. So it's not something that we're going to come into there, boom, 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 and get it out. These are people who military have been built over time. We just took power. We are still building military. We just took power. We can't even manufacture our own weapon. And that's what Abraham Traore said. We are going to manufacture our own weapon here instead of begging for weapon. Because Washington, D.C. say Africa should not buy weapon. Washington, D.C. put arm embargo on African nation. So when you go buy arm, Washington, D.C. have to approve of it. But at the same time, Washington, D.C. is telling us their money are supporting the terrorists. But at the same time, Washington, D.C. is telling us African nation money, their money cannot support African nation national army to get ammunition to fight the terrorists. But their money are being used to fund the terrorists. And at the same time, Washington, D.C. is putting a sanction on us not to buy ammunition to fight for ourselves. When I watched Abraham Traore interview, he said, so for that reason, we have to create our own scientists here, our own doctor here, to build our military here, to build our weapon here. And when we finish doing that, it will come a time terrorists will be afraid to even bear the name terrorists in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. To even bear the name terrorists, you'll be scared.
Killed in his own home.
Hundreds of armed fighters linked to Al-Qaeda tried to storm the barracks on motorcycles. In Sevare, around 600 kilometers northeast of Bamako, gunfire echoes near.
Look, these terrorists have moving vehicles. These terrorists have, mauling back. I mean, motorbike, mauling vehicles, mauling ammunition from the West. All those vehicles are not from Africa, they're from the West. Imagine that.
Camp used by Russia's Africa Corps mercenaries.
This was not a random uprising of disgruntled tribesmen. This was a full-scale, multi-front military blitzkrieg targeting the capital Bamako, the critical garrison.
You see them? These are the tourists. These are the tourists. So this is where, right, ECWA got her report from, AU got her report from, mainstream media got their report from, right? We're trying to be fair here, okay? We're trying to be fair. Bring what is dead, and then the aftermath of what happened to these terrorists. AU never talk about it again. ECWA never talk about it again. Mainstream media, no, they never talk about it again, because these people you see here, they were all unalive. These people you see what the motorbike here, in car, they were all killed.
Town of Kati and the northern strongholds of Gao, Kidal, and Sévaré, all executed with a surgical precision that stretched northern strongholds of Gao, Kidal, and Sévaré, all executed with a surgical precision that stretches the imagination.
So you heard that they were all executed, and we're going to show that video. But there are some video we will not show, some will show it. They were all executed. So ECWA, you said the Malian military are deteriorating. AU, you said the Malian military are deteriorating in the region. Have you come out with a new report? Because all these people you see, they were all quiet. They killed all of them.
Of what a so-called ragtag jihadi group can achieve. We are talking about a force estimated by the Russian Defense Ministry and the Africa Corps at approximately 10,000 to 12,000 fighters moving in synchronized columns using suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices to assassinate a sitting defense minister and nearly reaching the presidential palace itself. This scale of operation does not materialize from cave-dwelling militants. It requires satellite-level intelligence, massive logistical supply chains, and a green light or active engineering from state sponsors. The primary victims of this carnage were not just Malian soldiers, but the nation's defense minister, Sadio Camara, the very architect who severed Mali's military ties with Paris and opened the door for Russian forces. He was killed alongside his wife and 2 grandchildren when a high-yield car bomb leveled his residence in a blast so powerful it rewrote the geography of his neighborhood. Meanwhile, the Russian Africa Corps, the Kremlin-controlled successor to the Wagner Group, found itself heavily outnumbered, reportedly by a staggering 6-to-1 ratio, and was forced into a tactical retreat from the symbolic northern city of Kidal, ceding ground to an unholy alliance of Al-Qaeda's Janim franchise and Tuareg separatists. These are the horrific headlines, but the real story is the invisible hand guiding the operations. Before we dive deeper into this labyrinth of colonial plunder, intelligence agency death squads, and the reawakening of a multipolar Africa, make sure to hit that like button, drop a comment, even if it's just a dot or a flag emoji, to represent the Sahelian resistance, because every interaction pushes this truth past the corporate algorithm. Subscribe and ring the bell to support honest journalism that refuses to sit in the pockets of Washington, Paris, or Tel Aviv. The sequence of events and the sheer quality of the enemy's fires betray a classic proxy warfare doctrine perfected by the West. How do you explain the logistics of moving 12,000 militants across the harsh terrain of the Sahara to hit 4 major cities simultaneously? The Russian defense apparatus in Moscow has directly accused Ukrainian and European mercenary instructors of training these militants, pointing to the recent influx of Ukrainian special operations forces eager to open a second front against Moscow's interests anywhere on the globe. But the rot goes much deeper than Kiev. We must look at the familiar triad of destabilization: the American CIA, the French DGSE, and the Mossad. It is a matter of documented fact, not conspiracy theory, that the US was aggressively negotiating an intelligence sharing deal with Mali before the attacks, demanding drone overflight rights that would have mapped every inch of Bamako's defenses. The same US intelligence apparatus has a long, sordid history of cultivating jihadist assets to bleed their geopolitical rivals, a script they perfected in Syria, where they...
So you heard that. The same US have a long history of supporting jihadi. The same thing they did in Syria, in the Middle East. It's the same thing they're doing in Africa. You heard that from the report. African enemy is not under the ground or under the sea. A human being.
funneled Tau missiles and logistics to moderate rebels fighting shoulder to shoulder with al-Qaeda's al-Nusra Front against the Syrian Arab Army. Now, in Mali, the same formula is being applied, weaponizing Takfiri extremism to topple a government that refuses to bow to the dictates of the West. The French intelligence service, DGSE, was already caught red-handed in August 2025 when Malian counterintelligence arrested French national Yann Vezelier, a DGSE operative, along with 2 Malian generals in a foiled coup plot directly backed by Paris. When the coup failed, the strategy shifted from a silent knife in the barracks to 1,000 suicide bombers in the streets. To understand this rage, we must confront the historical crime scene.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Okay, let me tell you. Here's 3 new AI-powered
To grasp why France, with the backing of the occupation entity and the American deep state, is so desperate to crash Mali back into chaos, you have to follow the money trail of uranium and gold. For over a century, France didn't just colonize Mali. It surgically extracted its soul, treating the nation as a...
So you remember from the other video we played earlier, right? When the French journalists, the French personnel on their French media said, that was France 24, said the jihadi, the terrorist group, have been friends to the French military. In fact, dating back from colonial time, right? Another confirmation here from this video that you're watching. Watch. Look, everything's happening in Africa is not by coincidence. Look, the Berlin Conference, the closing statement of the Berlin Conference says, Africa and her enemies in 1884, Africa and her descendants will never succeed, will never rise. Because if they do, then everything we have labored for, everything we have done will go in vain. So they have that blueprint there for their descendants, for their remnants. And that is why their remnants, their descendants are doing it. And that is why today, no black folks supposed to fight any Western war. Because at the end of the day, their war is a how do you call it, manifestation from the Berlin Conference. No black folks should fight any Western war. It is against you. So you see, everything they are doing is dating back from colonial time. Dating back. And that is why Malcolm Garvey said, anyone who does not know his or her history, you are like an empty vessel. You are like a tree standing by a river and don't have trunk. You need to know your history. What is happening today is historical. It is not coincidence, it's historical.
Private vault for the French treasury. Even after the so-called independence, the criminal architecture of Françafrique ensured that every ounce of Malian gold, over 70 tons annually from more than a dozen mines, and every chunk of uranium destined for France's nuclear reactors was sold at a fraction of its market value, enriching Parisian elites while Malian children starved. The French nuclear giant Orano, formerly Arriva, operated the Falia deposit under contracts that were deliberately disadvantageous to Mali, securing the energy future of Europe on the backs of impoverished Africans who saw zero benefit. Mali, like its sister nations Niger and Burkina Faso, finally woke up. The military government of Colonel Assimi Goïta took the unforgivable decision to reclaim national sovereignty. A sovereignist economic policy that kicked out the French ambassador, expelled French troops from Operation Barkhane, and demanded a fair price for Malian resources. This was the ultimate sin in the eyes of Paris, setting a successful example of defiance. A stable, secure Mali, charting its own course, is a mortal threat to the French neo-colonial project, a domino that could, and already has, sparked a revolution across the alliance of Sahel states. Therefore, Mali had to be broken, just as they attempted to break the Syrian state by unleashing a hydra of jihadist militias. A fragmented, terrorized nation cannot negotiate uranium prices. It can only beg for French counter-terrorism bailouts that come with chains attached. In the aftermath of the betrayal by the West, Mali turned east. The Russian Africa Corps stepped into the vacuum left by the withdrawing French forces, transforming the security landscape. Unlike the Western forces who played a double game, the Russian contingent, though facing overwhelming odds in this recent ambush, has been instrumental in training the Malian armed forces and providing tactical air power. When the massive offensive hit Bamako on April 25th, it was the Africa Corps' Mi-8 and Mi-24 attack helicopters that scrambled from Kadi Air Base, flying 21 combat sorties to strike enemy columns. Their Su-24 aircraft carried out 6 sorties, delivering 8 devastating strikes, while Inokodet's precision drones hunted down enemy vehicles. The Russian Defense Ministry reported that over 245 militants were neutralized in these blistering counterattacks, targeting their troop deployments and logistics, a move that ultimately prevented the jihadists from seizing the presidential palace and decapitating the state entirely. While Western media gleefully reports the tactical withdrawal from Kidal as a Russian fiasco, the sober military reality is that the Africa Corps, massively outnumbered, fought a defensive action for over 24 hours while completely surrounded, negotiating a temporary exit to preserve force integrity rather than allowing the Malian government to fall entirely. This is exactly the kind of foreign military support that terrifies the ancien regime. Effective, uncompromised by a desire to loot resources, and premised on ensuring the survival of the legitimate government of Mali. This brings us to the deeply uncomfortable question of the occupation state and its Mossad mercenaries. The synergy between French neo-colonial intelligence and the Mossad in Africa is an open secret. They share a common tactical platform: chaos. In recent months, several Iranian nationals and allied business figures have been actively targeted or kidnapped on Malian soil. A clear signal that the axis of Tel Aviv and Paris is trying to dismantle the emerging Tehran-Bamako axis. 2 French spies, Cécile Kohler and Jacques Paris, recently faced death penalty trials in Iran for precisely this connection: spying for Mossad and plotting regime change. The same espionage networks operate in Bamako. An intelligence assessment published by the Russian Foreign Service draws a direct line between Western-backed terror cells and the attempts to suffocate the alliance of Sahel states, a tripartite grouping of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso that has evicted Western military bases. The Global Terrorism Index confirms that the Sahel now accounts for over 51% of worldwide violent extremism deaths, a horrifying statistic that did not exist before the Western stabilization missions. Are we really to believe that Islamist groups who emerged and multiplied exponentially during the US, NATO occupation of Libya and the French bombing campaign operate without the tacit approval or grooming of the very intelligence agencies that profit from forever wars? The attack on April 25th, labeled a coup attempt by Russia, utilized Stinger and Mistral manpads according to battle reports. Sophisticated man-portable air defense systems that jihadists cannot build in Tuareg workshops, but which we have seen flowing unchecked from the arsenals of US allies into the hands of Takfiris ever since the Syrian proxy war. The tribal, social, and community fabric of Mali is being weaponized as a theater for this great power struggle. The Tuareg separatists of the Azawad Liberation Front, fighting for an independent state, share little ideological DNA with the Salafi jihadist brutality of JNIM. Yet they have formed a tactical marriage of convenience because both have been manipulated into sharing a common enemy: the central state that is currently aligned with Russia. This is classic divide and conquer. The French colonial masters historically utilized the nomadic Tuareg communities as buffers, and today, their intelligence agency sees their separatism as a fulcrum to shatter Malian territorial integrity. The JNIM, meanwhile, has swelled its financial coffers to monstrous proportions. Recent investigations reveal the group has a full war chest after collecting over $50 million in ransom for the release of an Emirati member of the Dubai royal family kidnapped near Bamako. The role of certain Arabic states in this crisis is profoundly suspect. Why does extremist violence thrive in regions where vast amounts of Gulf petrodollars flow into unregulated Salafist madrasas? Is it a coincidence that after decades of the war on terror, an Al-Qaeda franchise now has better funding, intelligence, and armored vehicles than some national armies? The movement of 12,000 fighters toward the capital cannot happen without regional safe havens and the blinking complicity of those who control the borders. The Malian foreign minister did not mince words when he recently accused a neighboring country, widely believed to be a Western-aligned North African state, of supporting terrorist organizations to cripple Bamako. We are witnessing a generational pivot point. The struggle against Western hegemony is no longer confined to the streets of Tehran or the mountains of Lebanon. It burns in the Sahel. Just as the Lebanese resistance defied the occupation's mighty military machine and forced a humiliating withdrawal, the resistance in Mali, both the state military and the societal will to never return to French slavery, is being tested by fire. The terror operation in Bamako was not a religious mission, it was a punishment mission. It screamed, "Dare to be independent and we will send 12,000 demons to your doorstep!"
If you frequently need to go to the bathroom late at night, we recommend eating 2 pieces daily. If you need to visit the bathroom multiple
All right. So the whole world now that these terrorists get their fundings and support from the West, right? Everybody know now it's clear. It's clear. And you know, I said this before. I was advising Washington, D.C., and I'm going to send them advice again. I'm going to advise Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., the United States government, if you don't desist from this attitude, you're going to have no part in Africa, and it's not going to be good for you. Get away with this colonial behavior. Get away with their colonial attitude. You use colonial behavior, colonial attitude before you succeeded, but it's not going to happen again. Get away from it. Stop it. If you still want to have business to do with Africa, that's fine. But you have to change your behavior. It don't have to be control again. It's not going to happen. All right? Because look, no one have your time again. You put sanction, you do what? Nobody get time again for sanction. Okay? Nobody get time. Because the truth here is now, Africans know that you are supporters of terrorists. Because your government officials say it. Your Congress says it. Your organization says it. You are supporters of terrorists in the African region and around the world. Your own Congress say it. The whole world know it. Your game. So the truth here is, if you still want, because at this time, you even losing respect from Africans. Africans don't respect you again. The continent don't respect you again. Yes, few may still talk about you. Few may still believe in you and things, because those few are still puppet. Those few are still sleeping. Those few, they have not yet come to reality. But the truth is, the continent does not have respect for you again, because the continent know now who you are and what you have been doing and your intention. So the continent have exposed your secret, your deal. It have been exposed. So the truth is, oh God, If you still want some African resources, you have to change your behavior. It's not your will. You have to change your foreign policy. And I don't know how you're going to change it, because the truth is Africa don't trust you again, and Africa don't believe in you again. The trust have been broken. So I don't know what you're going to do to get our trust back. I don't know. If you can fix it, fix it. If it can't be fixed, then, man, they see you sow, you got to whip, you got to harvest that seed. That's the bottom line. I don't know how you're going to make it right with Africans, but hey, if you can make it right, make it right. But the truth is, I don't know how Africans going to trust you again. I don't know if it will ever happen. If it happens, I don't know how you're going to work overtime for that to happen. I don't know. I don't know how you're going to work overtime for that to happen. But hey, what you can do to fix it, you better fix it. You better fix it. If you can't, man, I'm sorry, man. Look, Washington, D.C., I'm sorry. If you can't fix it, I'm sorry. Because what is coming is coming. You can't handle it. I'm telling you. It's not a hate message, man. I don't hate you. I will never. It's a loving message I'm giving you. It's the truth. It's a loving message I'm giving you. Man, you gotta go, you gotta leave those ways behind. With your foreign policy, if African nations say no, then you put sanction. And then infiltrating African election, putting people in power that you want. Those days, like, it's gone now. It's gone. The trust have been, we don't trust it no more to partake in anything in Africa there. No, it's no longer. We don't no more. We don't, like, it's not there. The respect is not there. I mean, you see it. The respect is gone. And you can't blame Africans. You can. You can only blame yourself. That you thought days like this was never going to come. You thought time like this was never going to come. But okay, time like this have come.
Ladies and gentlemen, and on the 5th day of the Western Back regime change operation in Mali, what we are seeing is the calculus of combat changing in real time as the pistons of narrative are beginning to fly in a different direction. Ladies and gentlemen, and this high intensity counter-offensive that we are seeing from the Malian armed forces and the African Corps, there was a moment today where time stood still because there was a combined assault of both the area compartment of the depot fire and the ground forces in Sevari Mopti region. According to the Western media, there was a contest, but ladies and gentlemen, thank God for a camera footage of this operation. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I take you away because this is an unforgiving moment. And just to let you know, the civilians did not carry the last position. Let's watch this video.
The Malian Air Force rains fire down on the enemies. The strikes are surgically precise. Hell has welcomed new residents. As part
So these are footage, right? These are footage showing how the Malian army, along with the Russian back, group, right? They retreated. So the mainstream media will never talk about this. ECHO will never talk about this, and AU will never talk about this. Yes, the army did retreat. Like I said, you have to be smart because if they were never going to retreat, there was going to be more casualty on the military, on the army. The army have to retreat to regroup because the truth here is the terrorists were well organized. Because you think, look, it was well organized and supported by their Western ally. Because to just only take 6 regions at the same time, look, This process was ongoing for a very long time. You remember we have done some report here where in Burkina Faso, ammunition was sieged because they were taking this ammunition in a capital city. So this thing have been going on for a very long time and recruiting people. And you know, information we are getting, right? The Western Allies are also recruiting people in the African region. On the tourists, information we are getting, right? The Western Allies are recruiting people in the African region, paying them to say, look, we will pay you this amount of money. All right? And because of circumstances, life circumstances, people agree to be recruited. So what you saw in Mali, it was not an overnight thing. It was something being prepared, been going on for a year. Recruiting people in various African nations, recruiting them and training them. And on this day, that's why they targeted about 6 places. It was not just the few terrorist group in our region that just gathered and just went. No. They've been recruiting people. Information as they have been alleged, information, right? They have been, these foreign allies, right? These terrorists with their foreign allies have been recruiting people around the African globe and elsewhere. But man, hold on to them, man. Abraham Traore told you the Sahel region going to be a dead zone for any terrorist, and you never believe it. Look, so you see the footage you're seeing right here, right? This was some of the places that they took when the army retreated. The Russian army along with the Malian army retreated and left it with them. They went a regroup. They came back. Man, I love it. I love it. I love it. Right now, these Western allies are sitting mooning, and you guys will moon for the rest of your life. Yahweh, look, Africa will not go back to those dark days to come and loot our resources and make the Western world great. And then when African want to come to the Western world, you call all Gnostics, you call all names. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Gradually, Africa going to rise, and Africa going to develop, and African will no longer die on the Mediterranean Sea to come to Europe and America for greener pasture. Life is also good in Africa if Africa is great. When Africa is great, that doesn't mean Europe is not going to be great. When Africa is great, that doesn't mean America is not going to be great. When Africa is great, that doesn't mean France is not going to be great. No. When Africa is great, we will give extension to Europe and America and France. In fact, Africa will give back to America. Africa will give back to France. Africa will give back to Europe. And in fact, when Africa gave back to Europe and America and France, all of you guys, Africa will not call you a shithole. Africa will never call you insignificant. Africa will not come to America and take the bad part and put on the internet. Africa will not go to Europe and take the bad part and put on the internet. Africa will not go to France, take the bad part and put on the internet. Africa will not do that. In fact, Africa will not give to you and say it's as a loan. No, Africa will give to you free. Africa will never give to you and say that loan pay or back. No, we don't care. We give you diamond, we'll give you it. We give you gold, we'll give you it. We give you currency, we'll give you it. We're not going to tell you say it's a loan, pay or back. And when Africa gives to you, it's not going to come with strings attached. That's why it means when they say someone is great. When Africa becomes great, Africa will give to Europe, America, all of you guys, and Africa will not put any foreign policy on you. It's not going to happen. Africa will not dictate to you, and then when you say no, then Africa puts sanction on you. It's not going to happen. Like how you guys are so demonic.
of territorial surveillance operations carried out on April 25, 2026, the Farmer Air Force successfully conducted targeted strikes against a major terrorist armed group hideout in Sevare in the Morpti region.
Are you a low-skilled worker looking to immigrate to Canada? Look no further. This video will discuss the top
The results report at least a dozen terrorists neutralized, as well as several wounded during the second strike.
So, as you can see them, these are the terrorists running for life. Where's the mystery media? These are the, where is France 24? These are the terrorists running for life. Oh, where are the Western back weapons? Where are they? These are the terrorists running for life. But no, they did not. They were killed. I'm not even gonna miss my word. They were killed like ants. Oh man, I clap, man. Yes.
The targeted base was completely destroyed, along with all survivors in the first strike. Furthermore, a column of motorcyclists spotted 18 kilometers northeast of Kemasina was successfully targeted, resulting in the neutralization of at least 7 individuals. A second successful strike was also carried out against an armed vehicle. The Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces reassures the population that coordinated operations to search for and neutralize terrorists are actively continuing throughout the entire national territory.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the level of destruction. I'm beginning to think that the Malian Armed Forces has completely employed new capabilities in this operation. We cannot really tell what type of capabilities that they're using, but from the blast radius of what we are seeing and the amount of casualty, in one precision targeted strike, you can see that we're having maximum casualty on the ground. So now the thing that we're discovering in this operation is that the enemies are beginning to change their tactics. But at the end of the day, the adaptation is now at the all-time high for the Malians. Ladies and gentlemen, the civilians are participating in their own capacity. Normal civilian activities have been, resumed in some part of the country, like Bamako is Deta Hotel. But as they were escaping, the fuel and the motorcycle of one of these terrorists went empty. And the civilians were unforgiven. Ladies and gentlemen, the story was told in blood and bones. Let's watch this video.
So as you can see, right, that's one of the terrorists being beaten by the civilian. Like the narrator said, the motorcycle, right, the motorcade, the fuel went empty. No fuel. So the civilians got him, right? They killed him to death. They beat him to death. Imagine that. Stupidity. Wait, look. All you guys, terrorists, will be killed. Do you think this is Nigeria? This is not Nigeria. This is not an equal nation. This is not an equal nation. Do you think this is the Middle East? No, it's not the Middle East. Because even the citizens themselves, with a bad hand, you give them a chance, they will unalive you. They will kill all of you guys. Stupid.
Against the narrative of the Western media again in the region of Menaka that there was a contest between the African Corps and the Malian armed forces against the terrorists. Ladies and gentlemen, the narrative was different. According to the information we have the Tuaregs of Menaka, with the Malian farmer and the African Corps patrolling the region of Menaka. According to the information we have, the people of Menaka are saying that they don't want anybody that is not Malian to cross into their territory. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, what I've discovered in this conflict is there is a new narrative, a new story is being written, because before this conflict, the narrative is that the presence of the Russians in Africa was illegal. They were making it look like the Russians don't have the right to get into Africa. But I can tell you that with the way the dynamics of this conflict is going, the way the Russians and the Malian armed forces have been able to reclaim the situation in Mali at God's speed, is beginning to make me feel that after this failed Western-backed regime change operation in Mali, many African countries might begin to have a change of mind. Because according to the information we have now, the Madagascan, authorities have now sent out some French ambassadors. Not only that, some French citizens in Madagascar have been detained because according to the information we have, they said they were trying to, destroy the civilian infrastructure. Most especially, they want to create a situation where there is going to be total blackout in Madagascar. Now they see that the operations in Mali have changed completely. They no longer have, the narrative. Maybe they feel like if we cannot carry out the regime change operation in Mali, maybe we can turn to Madagascar, but the Madagascan authorities are not going to be having it. Now, that is not the only information that is going on here. Let's take it away to Kidal. Now, we have a situation in Kidal where a 4-minute TikTok live stream by one of the Azawadian terrorists that was trying to show the people that, look, we have control in Kidal, turned into a 4 minutes before the court's glory. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch this video.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid, you may qualify for a free iPhone or Samsung, plus up to...
It was supposed to be a victory celebration. But ladies and gentlemen, how can we talk about the situation in Kidal?
So while they were celebrating in Kidal, right, that terrorist guy, unknown to him, man, airstrike came and took them down. That's why you see it went quiet dead. While he was on live video, airstrike came, bam, 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 drop basket on them and slaughter all of them. Western Baku fell.
A lot of people are saying the doors are closing in on the terrorists in Kidal. Do they really have the initiative? In another episode, we have a bombing campaign. According to the information, the leaders of the Azawadian terrorist group were gathered in a particular location in Kidal. According to the information, they were having a conversation on how they were going to launch another targeted operation. But ladies and gentlemen, the skies of Kidal was under the control and the monopoly of the Malian armed forces. It's Malian territory at the end of the day. You can see that some of these terrorists are hiding in buildings and all of that. and they're shouting Allahu Akbar. It's like none of that will work at this point in time, because the scale at which the 72 virgins are getting delivered to those people, I'm telling you, we might be running low on stockpiles very soon. Now, that is not the only situation we have. There is now a report that we are getting that the casualty figure on the 5th day of this Western back regime change operation is now going towards 3,700 casualty within 5 days. This is nothing like we've ever seen in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, to the men and women, to the warriors and the leaders that are participating in this operation, that are making sure that the dynamics of this escalation completely change in the Malian favor, we want to say thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, according to the information we have, there is an hospital.
So as you can see, right, that's one of the terrorist vehicles on fire, and they're trying to escape in it. So some of them are in here with the fire on it. So as you can see, mainstream media is not going to report on this. So this is a terrorist. After the Russian and the Malian army retreated, they came back for them with Air Force and stuff, right? Look what is happening here. Dropping bomb on them, dropping baskets on them, and it's dying like ants. Mainstream media is not reporting it. Airqua is not reporting it. AU is not reporting it. You know, to hell with AU and to hell with Airqua. You guys can go to hell. The Sahel nations are not coming back. And there's going to be the demise, the failure of Airqua and AU. And there's good attempt by the West. You guys have just exposed yourself to the African continent. You guys have just exposed yourself more and more to the African continent.
In the southern part of Algeria called the Bodbaji Mukhtar Hospital. According to the information that we're hearing, this is the hospital where the casualties of war in the northern part of Mali has been evacuated to. Now the rumors are getting to us that the ICU and the accident and emergency unit is completely saturated, and these fighters are getting moved to other facilities where they can get medical care. What is going on in Kidal? That is the question that a lot of people are asking. And how long will it take for the Malian armed forces to restore order in Kidal?
The situation in Bamako is stable. There is heavy traffic in the city and the streets are crowded with people, just like yesterday and the day before when things had already stabilized. In other words, there are absolutely no signs of panic or anxiety in the city. And accordingly, if we talk about the situation on the outskirts of Bamako, likewise, over the past day, there has been no information about any clashes and no sounds of gunfire have been heard. Currently, various Western media outlets are actively spreading reports and information claiming that jihadist groups have officially declared a total blockade of Bamako. First of all, it is important to note that even the literal translation of the jihadists' exact statement is fundamentally inaccurate, as they do not typically frame their objectives or communications in such specific Western terms or concepts. These are merely boastful claims that their abstract columns are advancing from all directions. The reality is that the jihadists have been trying to use blockade tactics against Bamako, the capital of Mali, for the past 6 months. However, so far, their efforts have not led to any success. And now, after suffering significant losses following their attempt to mobilize and attack the capital, it is unlikely that these efforts will become any more effective. Yes, at most, what the militants can do is destabilize the situation on certain roads for a while. But the armed forces of Mali and the African Corps have already faced such challenges, and the fighters of the African Corps have successfully handled the tasks of restoring normal life.
No. What we have right now is a complete devastation of the enemy. The enemy have been encircled. We have a situation where we are looking at a kill box here. But if there are 10,000 to 12,000 terrorists that entered Mali, you know, we are looking at a long-term operation, like a war.
So as you can see, right, these are the ammunition of the terrorists. They left it. So as you can see, the cars and things, right? Those are the cars they abandoned after they start bumping and shooting and killing them. They abandon all of these things, and they kill most of them. As you can see there.
Patrician, where the enemy capability completely gets destroyed. Now the Malian government have declared curfew in the Malian territory just to make sure that nothing that comes into Mali goes out unnoticed. And on the 5th day of this conflict, what we have is the Western-backed terrorists and their funders have just traded their credibility for the publicity of the Russian African Corps, because the Russian African Corps has never been this popular in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the influence of Russia after this conflict will only expound the more. Ladies and gentlemen, how long will it take for the Malians to completely destroy the enemy in this high-intensity counteroffensive? We cannot tell you.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet so easy. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet, and
the Malians are still making sure that they restore calm and they restore tranquility in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the critics are saying that it worked in Libya. They said it worked in Syria. They said, I mean, in both operations, the Russians were the allies of these countries. But ladies and gentlemen, what we have in Mali is a different situation. The Russians are equally involved, but there is a knockout of the enemy in real time. And we are seeing a different strategy for the Russian African Corps and a whole nother level of effectiveness in combating this infiltration and offensive from the enemy. Now, an offensive force have become a retreat.
Let's continue, right? So we're just gonna play video now because we actually out of time, right? But I gotta do something so you can catch up. But so you see, right? You see what's going on there. So let me play one more video here for another footage, right? Of, yeah, so you can see another footage of the Malian army, right? On a line, how they call it, getting this terrorist, dropping bomb. So as you can see right here, that's the terrorist car here, right? See what's happening here. Mystery media never showed it. First they came out, oh, blah, 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 blah. AU and Ecuador came up, blah, blah, blah. But now, no statement because they are all defeated. So clown.
Something is shifting, something powerful, something that could redefine the balance of an entire conflict.
These are terrorists. These are the terrorists. All right? These are the terrorists you see going there. But watch what can happen to them. When the African crops, they came back, right? Come and see bomb, basically dropping on them, killing them. Mainstream media, man. No, Western Baku, look, man, you expose yourself, man. Now we know you guys. You guys are the enemy to Africa.
That has lasted for years. And if you are just hearing about it now, then you are already behind the moment. Because what happened on April 25th, 2026.
Do you see the bomb? Right there. Look right there, right? They're trying to escape. But no, man. The air defense, man, dropping a bomb. They're dropping biscuit on them, killing them like ants. Look there.
Was not just another military operation. It was a message, a signal, and a...
So you see they're escaping? These are the terrorists. Look, you see that? They're escaping. But mystery media say, oh, the Malian army deteriorated, but no, Russia, Africa crowd escape. Look, these are the terrorists on their motorbike by Western back support, bought motorbike for them. Look at them escaping. But no, man, they were all, they were killed. I mean, killed. Look at them running. They're escaping. You can't make it with air defense. Now, they have to go to their Western back, or how they call it, support to ask for air defense. They have to come to Washington, D.C. to ask for more, how they call it, air defense. They have to go to France, ask for air defense.
Warning to every armed group operating across the Sahel that the rules are changing and the response they are about to face will not look anything like the past, because for a long time, regions like Mopti and Kemachina have lived under a shadow of uncertainty, fear, and sudden violence, where armed groups moved across vast desert terrain almost untouched, setting up camps, launching attacks, and disappearing before any real resistance could catch up with them. But now, that freedom of movement is being challenged, and on this day, it was challenged with precision, speed, and overwhelming force.
These are the terrorists right here. You see the vehicle there? These are the terrorists. Look, see terrorists having cars. Look at the logistic they have. Look at them. But I tell you, man, all these cars were destroyed by the Malian air defense and the African crop, the Russian African crop. All of them, they were unalive. But you see right here, they have modern equipment. Look at it right here. These are not African made. These are all Western made cars. But look at them. These are the terrorists. But America will go and pour out embargo on African nations and tell other nations and tell how they call it, Turkey, to not sell arms to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. But why they support the terrorists? You see here? And then come and tell our armies are weak. You see? These are the terrorists. These are all terrorists. You see them here.
The command of General Umar Diarra, the Malian Armed Forces, known as FAMA, launched a coordinated set of operations that would send shock waves across multiple regions at once. And it all began with intelligence, quiet, calculated, and highly valuable intelligence that revealed the location of a major terrorist refuge near Sevare in the Mopti region. This was not just a temporary shelter. This was a functioning hub, a place where plans were made, fighters gathered, and operations prepared, a place that had likely existed long enough for its occupants to believe it was safe, hidden, protected. But in modern warfare, safety is often an illusion. And on this day, that illusion was about to be shattered. As the information reached command, decisions were made quickly. There was no hesitation, no delay, because timing is everything in operations like this. The longer you wait, the higher the chance the target disappears, relocates, or prepares to defend itself. So within a short window, the order was given. Aircraft were deployed, engines roaring as they cut through the sky.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9-to-5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agent.
Carrying not just weapons, it was about hitting it with precision, avoiding unnecessary open land, likely unaware of what was coming. The decision was made to engage, and what followed was another demonstration of calculated force. Aerial units locked onto the moving targets, adjusting for speed, direction, and spacing, and then the strikes began, one after another, precise, controlled, and devastating. The formation of motorcycles was broken, their mobility turned into vulnerability, and within moments, what was once a coordinated movement became scattered wreckage, flames rising from the remains, smoke marking the end of that column's movement. But even then, the operation continued, because intelligence had identified yet another target, a vehicle carrying weapons, possibly intended for future attacks, possibly part of a larger plan that would now never happen. And so a second strike was carried out, eliminating that vehicle completely, cutting off yet another piece of the network.
Anyway, because of time, we can't play the entire video, right? But you see what's going on. So the Western nations have failed. Anyway, let's see the people that support the terrorists. These are the people that support the terrorists, right? Let's hear from the master themselves.
Why? Because Al-Qaeda is a CIA intelligence asset and has always been an intelligence asset and continues to be an intelligence asset. We see Al-Qaeda in Iraq, then we see Al-Qaeda in Yemen, Al-Qaeda in Africa. We had subsidiaries of Al-Qaeda virtually everywhere, you know, and wherever the United States needed to intervene militarily, they used the pretext of Al-Qaeda in Yemen or Somalia or wherever, under different names, corroborated by media reports, etc. And in all cases, I can assure you, these are instruments of US intelligence or MI6 or Mossad. And there's a collaboration between them. 9/11 has unleashed a roadmap of war and destruction. We are at the crossroads of the most serious crisis in modern history. I think that's not an understatement. The war on terrorism is part of that process because it gives a justification to wage war on humanitarian grounds, so that you wage the war not against countries, but against what they called non-state entities. All this has permeated the consciousness of millions of people. It's created an atmosphere of fear and intimidation, which was then coupled with the coded alert, the color-coded alerts, and homeland security, and so on. It was a pretext to wage a war without borders, which in essence is a war of conquest, and it was also a pretext to implement far-reaching changes at home through the Patriot legislation, through national security, protection of borders, and so on and so forth. If the war on terrorism is no longer accepted and doesn't have its legitimacy, the whole construct, military doctrine, collapses like a deck of cards. And that's why 9/11 truth is so important.
So, you heard that. Clear. So you see the reason why the West support terrorism. You see the reason why the United States support terrorism. You see it. You see, I mean, they said it, right? The reason why they support terrorism is the reason why they create these things. You see it. You heard it. Another one.
But Iran doesn't frighten me, and I don't think it should frighten the American people. They don't have a bomb. They haven't made a decision to build one. They don't have the means to deliver one. And the Israelis have 300 atomic bombs. I mean, who presents the existential threat to whom? You know, I opposed Desert Storm back in 1991. I opposed even going in and cleaning Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, because I said, this will only be the first Arab-American war. And I was right. I mean, if you talk about Islamic wars, you had the war at Desert Storm, you had the war against Afghanistan, you got the war on Iraq, you had the war in Libya, now they're talking about Syria, now they're talking about Iran. Of what benefit has this been to the United States when you see where we were in 1990 and where we are today, and where China was in 1990 and where China is today? They haven't gone into any of these countries, haven't invaded anybody. And they're moving upward, as is Brazil and as are India. And what are we doing in all these places? I don't think you can't replicate the Middle West in the Middle East.
You cannot replicate the Middle West in the Middle East. Look at China. Look at Russia. They have never invaded any country. But look at what we have done. We've been invading country. Now we don't have friends. The people now are turning against us, going to China, going to France. And France have never, not going to France, going to China and going to Russia. Russia, China, they have never invaded any country. I didn't say it. He said it, right? That's American official saying it. When he was in government, how he opposed most of the issues and said, if we do this, this is what's going to happen. And he said, look at where we are today. I didn't say it. I'm just quoting from him, right? But he said, look at China, look at Russia, have never invaded any country, but look at countries are going towards them. And look at them develop. Look at them, they are superpower. But look at we've been invading country, we've been doing this, we've been doing this, we've been doing this. But look at us now, where we are. Nobody wants to recognize us. Nobody trying to respect us. We have lost that respect. Look at where we are. Nations that don't invade, they are superpower. They are great. Their economies are great. Why can't we do the same thing? How are we going to get out of this? I don't know. That's what he said. I'm just quoting from him, trying to make it clear, right? Let's continue. Like I said, the United States still have time. But I don't know what she's going to do to get back on track, to get the support and the love of the African continent. I do not know. If she can, well, that's it. But at this point, the truth is, amen, it is sad. But again, they see you sow, you have to harvest it.
Minister of DRC. What's wrong with your country? Well, we don't even start by saying the King of Belgium created a slave colony for 30 years. The government of Belgium ran the slave colony for another 40 years. The CIA, your first popular leader, Mr. Lumumba, and then installed another dictatorship for the next 30 years.
Look at that face. Do you see that face? That face is not a face that is trying to understand what Jeffrey Sachs is saying. The face you see on the screen there is that, what do we care if the CIA do this? What do we care? It's benefiting America. It's benefiting our economy. What do we care? That's the kind of face she's showing right there. A demonic face. A face of, I don't care. A soulless spirit. No spirit, no soul in her spirit. That's the kind of face she's showing.
And then Glencore and others now suck out your cobalt without giving you tax income. We don't reflect on that. We say, what's wrong with you? Why don't you govern properly? And so we have a system, but we need a different system. We cannot turn this over to the private sector. We already did about 100 years ago. Not only to the private sector with the U.S. military behind it.
And you see the sad part about it, they blame us, why you can't govern properly? Why are you corrupt? But when an African leader tried to govern properly, when an African leader tried to stop being corrupt, when an African leader tried to make her citizens to benefit from its resources, when an African leader decide to manage her resources, when an African leader decide to question the colonial organization that are managing our resources and things, then the United States say that African leader got to be out. France said that African leader got to be out. Europe said that African leader got to be out. They plan your assassinations, or they write a letter to remove, or they come and infiltrate your election, and they pick someone and put that person there. And then when they pick someone and put that person there, and then that person come and be corrupt, then they come back and still complain, come back and then tell the citizens, your leader is corrupt. Your leader is not governing well. Your leader is this. Your leader is that. And then if World Bank gave money to that leader, they tell that leader, do not invest in a human development capacity. Do not pay your citizens. Do not invest in your technological, aspect or sector of your country. For example, area like science. Do not invest in science. We don't want you buying your own weapons. Do not invest in healthcare. We want, when you get sick, your government officials should come to the US or to the West. That's the only way we can control you. Look, it's a design. And then the citizens don't know. All the citizens know World Bank gave $300 million. All the citizens know World Bank gave $400 million. You see it? Then the press go to the same people who put constraint on your leader not to improve on your educational facility, on your healthcare facility. Meanwhile, that money was given for your leader as a bribe. And then your leader will keep that money back into the West. And then the West take it again and loan it to another African leader. You see how it works? And then we in those African nations blaming our leader. Our leaders are corrupt. Our leader, World Bank just gave $14 million. Hey, look at the healthcare sector. They finished stealing the money. They can't do nothing. Look at the educational sector. But meanwhile, what the leader is not telling you is, when I went for this money, I was told not to invest in the human development capacity of my country. Your leader will not tell you, because if your leader come and tell you, right, your leader will be exposing the West. And then now, your leader have to be booted out. And your leader do not want to be booted out. Your leader, he want to stay there to make money for him, his wife, his kids, his children. Give better life. Look, African leadership are opportunity given to them, for them, their children, their wife, their immediate family to come to the West, right? Get an opportunity to go to better school and then become the next leader. That's the African leadership.
Has staged 251 military interventions around the world. And the human cost of this, post-World War II, 13 to 23 million deaths, right? Then you have sanctions. Western-imposed sanctions by the US and EU since 1970 are estimated to have caused 38 million deaths in total. Children under 5 account for 51% of all deaths. Children under 5. American imperialism is the greatest impediment for the development of humanity. And if there's one thing that the history of the Middle East has shown, is that people all around the world will take to the streets again and again and again to fight this, to liberate themselves in order to develop their own countries and their own nations and their own regions. And the number one enemy of every single one of those genuine movements has been American imperialism. I think that's undeniable.
Absolutely.
So you heard that. And that is what exactly happening with the AES nation, with the Shahid nation, and to other places of the world. And this is not just the United States. This go to all the imperialist nations. Nations that colonized African, nations that enslaved African, nations that systematically kill our democratic African leaders. They are the one. It's not just the United States alone. Even though the United States is the boss, because she like to put herself in from, you know, she like to take everything. Right? And now they telling the world that our organization support terrorists. Our money go. Look, look at, there was another report in the United States Congress. every month about $40 million go to the terrorists. Every month, that was a report from Congress. Every month, $40 million go to the terrorists. Now, folks, I'm going to play this video and then I'll play the last video, right? I can't leave that last video out. But there's a video that I want to play about African Union. And I want you to listen to William Ruto. But the truth is, right, it's not William Ruto who have been saying this. We, on platform like this, have been saying that about AU. And even Abraham Traore have been saying this about AU. So the credit is not going to go to William Ruto. No. William Ruto is a puppet. Because in the first place, when William Ruto came to power first, just as Nana Akufo-Addo, we said, oh, a Pan-Africanist have come. Oh, a leader have come to liberate Africa. When we look, what did William Ruto do? William Ruto went to his slave master. When we look, what did Nana Akufo-Addo do? Nana Akufo-Addo went to his slave master and became slave and became horse Negro and became slave and became few, how they call it, Negro. You see it? But listen to what he said about AU. But this is something that we've been saying. AU is dead. So William Ruto took what we've been saying, and you know, because maybe on platform they don't listen to us, but I mean, for him, he's a president. Basically, he have a bigger platform. So when he speak, right, it will have a magnitude. But no, William Ruto heard these things from us, and he heard it from Abraham Traore. That's all.
Many African countries have started shifting from the African Union to join the AES, and the West is panicking. Kenya's president, William Ruto, has boldly come out to condemn the African Union, calling it not fit for purpose.
I can tell you without an iota of doubt that African Union, as is today, is not fit for purpose. It's not fit to provide the leadership that this continent needs going into the future.
Sources.
Fox, do you hear that? This is William Ruto. But anyway, we've been saying this, right? Look, you know the reason why I'm laughing? I'm not giving him credit. I'm not giving him credit. But what I'm saying here is, right, this is an African leader. These are the people who've been pushing the agenda of Africa. Right? Not the agenda of Africa. I mean, the agenda of the AU for the West. This is William Ruto. William Ruto that came to the United States and his slave master put him in the seat of the United States. And then he felt that, oh my God, he was in heaven. William Ruto was just quoting from what we've been saying. William Ruto just quoted from Abraham Traore. When Abraham Traore said the African Union is useless and meaningless. And we've been saying this here over and over, that African Union is useless, is meaningless, ECOWAS is useless, is meaningless. And we've been saying our aim is to actually destroy the AU because it's not working for African people. It's not for African people. It's for Washington, D.C. and Europe. So our aim is to destroy it. Right? But no one listening. But at least a seated African president, William Ruto, a puppet, by the way, he's the one saying AU is useless, AU is meaningless, AU is a weaponized Western back entity. That's William Ruto, a seated president, making that remark. Even though we've been saying it here, but my point here is this is William Ruto. What does that come to you, folks? The AU is dead. What does that come to your mind? AU is gone. What does that come to your mind? AU is a history. You see, this is what happened. If an African organization or an African entity is not solely for Africans, you died. It's being sponsored by Washington, D.C., Europe, and America. You died because you cannot make decisions for your people. You make decisions based on Washington, D.C. or Europe. And those decisions will not affect the livelihood of the African masses or the African people. And then you cease to exist as an African entity and you don't get respect. The truth is, William Ruto is not saying that because he see the reality. No, he's saying that because he know Africans are no longer supporting the AU. Look, let me tell you something. These people, they watch our platform. Look, these people watch our very platform and they see what we say. They see the reaction of the African masses. They know that Africa no longer, the youth no longer have the interest of AU. They know that the youth of Africa no longer like AU and no longer talk about AU. In fact, AU is dead. They know it. So that's why he's coming out to say it, trying to distance himself. Because he already distanced himself from it. So he's saying it now so that his counterpart will not say, oh, my man, you're not coming for meeting. You have to come for the meeting. Because he's not going to go for AU meeting again. It's not going to happen, right? Maybe, I don't know. But with such critics or comment, he may not go for AU meeting. I don't know. I'm just saying he might not. You see what's going on? AU is dead. Because the truth is, no, let me leave that for another time. Let me leave that. There's a reason why he came out to say all those things. Let me leave that. I will not bring that up right now. I will leave it for now. All right? Until the right time. But AU is a dead organization.
In Burkina Faso, say about 8 African countries are ready to join the AES, including Kenya, Senegal, Libya, and some other countries are all.
And let me say this. Just because William Ruto came and says that, we should not trust William Ruto. William Ruto is a slave. William Ruto is a puppet. Imagine that he's still the president. He's a slave and a puppet. We cannot trust William Ruto. The AES nation do not trust William Ruto. William Ruto is still a slave on a slave plantation. He can be used. He can be used. And the rest of the African nations that are coming, that is in this, have been mentioned in this video, like I said earlier, Abraham Traore, Tiani, Keita, when these guys come, do not shy them away, but don't trust them. Give them your policy. Okay, you want to be part of us? No problem, we are brother. But these are the things that you need to do in your country. Then before we trust you. I'm telling you, don't accept them when they come and just, oh yeah, no. They are not part of the alliance. No, they are not part. They want to be part, that's fine. But until we can see their works in those countries, until we can see them doing the same thing you are doing, they are not part of the AES. They are enemies. They are enemies. They are the enemies of the AES, the enemies of Africa, the enemy of the African masses. Send them. The same enemies who are supporting the tolerance might send them. I heard said Togo want to be part of the AES. Maybe that will be another discussion. Do not trust Togo. Yes, they want to be part of the AES, no problem. Because we want to liberate Africa. So we can't shy them away. But until Togo, until we can see the effect of what is happening in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, we can see it happening in Togo. Don't come to us and tell us that Togo want to be part of the AES. Being part of the AES is one thing. You can say it's one thing, fine. But that doesn't mean we're going to bring you closer. We will only bring you closer until we see what you are doing in your country, in your prospective country. Don't tell us you want to be part of the AES and then come, you're not working, but you're still working with the devil, you're still working with the demon, you're still working with the enemies, and then say you want to be part of the AES. No! Don't be part of the AES. If you are still working with the enemies, don't be part of the AES. If you are still taking loan from World Bank, IMF, don't be part of the enemy of the AES. And you are still wanting the dining, going for a meeting when they call you, you running and thing whatsoever, don't be part of the AES. If you cannot do what the AES are doing, you are not part of the AES. Don't waste your time. So they are coming that they want to be part of the AES, no problem. Because we want to make sure Africa control her things, so we can't shy them away. But the truth here is, they are not going to say, they are going to say that, no, don't bring them closer. No, let them be to where they are, and you guys be friends for now. Let them be to where they are until we can see the same changes. Until we can see the same changes going around the African continent. Then now, before we can bring you closer. But we are not going to shy them away and say, no. You want to be part of the AES? Fine. Good. But these are the things that the AES are doing. The AES nations doing. So if you want to be part of the AES, these are the things that you need to do. If you can, then you are not part. So they want to be part, that's fine, but they can be destined while you coordinate with them. Don't invite them close to you. Don't go close to them. We don't trust them right now. Until they can do the policy of the AES and we see those changes in their country. Until they can stop being puppet to the West. Until they can stop being slave to the West. They are not part of the AES. Yes, they are our brother. We want to liberate the entire African continent. We are not going to shy them away. But until we see you doing a policy of the AES, until we see you doing a policy of the AES, then we can bring them closer now. Then we can say, okay, the armies are the same. But other than that, no, Togo want to be part of the AES, that's fine. But until we can see Togo doing what the AES nations are doing, don't bring them closer. All these nations have said they want to be part of the AES. Don't bring them closer. Do not sit down on the same table with them. Don't bring them into your country, because they might be working with the West, and then when they come to your country, they might be bringing devices. And those devices are connected to their colonial country, to their colonial master. And then while they're in their country, then they're getting all data, all information. Do not bring them close to you. Let them be in a prospective country and you work with them there. And even as that, do not disclose any, you know what I mean, information to them. Just give them basic information, what they need to do. Do not share information with them for now until they can cut tie with the enemies. They are not your friends. Let's continue.
Already thinking of quitting the African Union for the Sahel Alliance. On the African continent, the AES is now seen as a movement for freedom, sovereignty, and development. The African Union has lost its credibility, just like the ECOWAS. African countries do not have control in the African Union. The shame is deep, and the evidence is clear. Did you know that over 60% of the operational budget of the African Union is sponsored by the European Union? How can you call yourself a sovereign union when you cannot even pay for the lights in your own office? For years, the masters in Brussels and Paris have been buying the loyalty of our leaders with grants and sponsorships. Every project, every peace mission, and every fancy summit is paid for by the white man. The AU building itself in Addis Ababa was a gift from a foreign power. We are living in a continent where our independence is just a story we tell children, while the reality is that the AU is a puppet show, where the Europeans pull the strings from behind the curtain. The African Union has sat in silence for decades, while our greatest heroes were assassinated by the West. They watched as the Sahel was set on fire with insecurity, while countries rich in gold, diamonds, and uranium were turned into battlefields. Why were they quiet? Because you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. The West sponsors the AU to buy their silence so they can spread their military bases across our land and steal our resources. When Captain Ibrahim Traoré took power in Burkina Faso, He discovered the ultimate betrayal. Their high-level security codes and sensitive military equipment were practically controlled by France. Traoré had to physically destroy that compromised equipment and replace it with secure systems from Russia and China to stop the French from listening to our every breath. But the tide is turning. Sources from the ground in the Sahel are confirming that the remote control is losing its signal. About 8 African countries are currently preparing to turn their backs on the failed AU and join the Alliance of Sahel States, AES. We are talking about Kenya, Senegal, Libya, and several others who have realized that the AES is the only true movement for freedom, sovereignty, and development on the continent. They have seen that while the AU and ECOWAS serve the interests of the European Union, the AES serves the interests of the African people. The AES is no longer just a 3-country alliance. It is becoming a continental wildfire of liberation. President Ruto of Kenya has hit the nail on the head. He has realized that an organization that survives on the leftovers of the European Union can never advocate for the second independence of Africa. This is why, for years, the AU remained silent while the Sahel was being turned into a playground for foreign militaries. The West sets up their bases, uses their satellites to spy on our leaders, and coordinates drills that are actually rehearsals for regime change. The AU cannot complain because if they do, the EU will simply cut the funding. It is a hostage situation where the hostage has been convinced to love the kidnapper. But look at what happened when Captain Ibrahim Traoré took the wheel in Burkina Faso. He didn't just ask for the keys, he changed the whole engine. He discovered that the high-level communication equipment provided by the partners was a giant ear for France. Every secret, every troop movement, and every strategy was being broadcast directly to Paris before it even reached our own generals. Traoré did not go to the AU to complain, because he knew the AU was part of the problem. Instead, he smashed the French equipment into pieces. He brought in secure, uncompromised systems from Russia and China, partners who actually respect our right to have a secret. The security sabotage is the biggest crime of the African Union. They have allowed foreign powers to have access to the most sensitive details of African nations under the guise of technical support. They watched as the West spread insecurity to justify its presence. But the AES has shown that there is another way. By refusing the EU bread, the Sahel has gained the freedom of speech. Kenya and Senegal are watching this closely. They see that the AES countries are the only ones truly making their own decisions. They are tired of being part of a failed union that acts as a filter for European colonial policies. For decades, whenever a bold African leader stood up and said, "Our gold belongs to our people," or "Our uranium should light our own cities," the West would move in with their hit squads. And where was the African Union? They were sitting in their foreign gifted building, drinking tea paid for by the European Union, and remaining silent. The history of the AU is a history of assassination silence. They watched while the West orchestrated the downfall of Thomas Sankara. They watched while they turned Libya, the richest and most stable country in Africa, into a smoking ruin and murdered Muammar Gaddafi like a common criminal. Why? Because Gaddafi wanted a single African currency and a United States of Africa that didn't depend on the white man's money. The AU didn't raise a finger. They allowed the West to use African skies to drop bombs on African children. This is why our people are suffering, because our leaders are taught to be puppets who fear the West more than they love their own citizens. In the Sahel, this betrayal reached a level that is almost impossible to believe. For years, the AU watched as insecurity spread like a virus across regions rich in gold, diamonds, and uranium. They saw the West setting up military bases, claiming they were here to fight terrorism. But the terrorism only grew. The AU stayed quiet, while these foreign soldiers gained access to the most sensitive security details of our nations. They knew that France had the master codes to our defense systems. They knew that our generals couldn't even move a truck without Paris knowing. The AU is a branch of the European Union, and you don't complain about the boss when the boss pays your salary. But look at the Traoré revolution. When Captain Ibrahim Traoré took power, he didn't wait for the AU to give him a roadmap. He knew the AU's roadmap only leads back to the colonial master. He took a hammer to the French-controlled security equipment. He replaced the compromised systems with Russian and China-secured technology. He showed the continent that you can only be safe when you own your own codes. This is why Kenya, Libya, and Senegal are now looking at the AES with hungry eyes. They see that the Sahel leaders are the only ones who are not afraid of the West's hit list. They see a movement for freedom that the AU is too cowardly to lead. We must ask ourselves, how can a continent of 1.4 billion people, with all our gold, diamonds, and oil, accept a gift of a headquarters building from a foreign power? President Ruto of Kenya has realized what the Sahel leaders have known for a long time. When the white man gives you a house for free, he is the one who keeps the spare key and the listening devices. The truth is a bitter pill to swallow. The African Union building in Addis Ababa was a gift, and every high-tech microphone, every server, and every communication wire inside that building was installed by foreign hands. For years, our leaders have sat in that building to discuss African secrets, while the data was being beamed directly to foreign capitals. This is why the West always seems to be 10 steps ahead of us. This is why they know which leader is planning to nationalize their resources before the ink is even dry on the paper. The AU headquarters is not a palace of sovereignty. It is a glass house where the colonizer watches our every move. The remote control of the European Union goes even deeper than the bricks and mortar. Because the EU sponsors over 60% of the budget, they are the ones who decide which projects get funded. Do you want to build a railway connecting West Africa to East Africa? The EU says no, because that would make us too independent. But do you want to build a security program that allows foreign soldiers to train our boys? The EU says yes, and signs the check immediately. Every project carried out by the AU is a Trojan horse, designed to keep us dependent on foreign expertise and foreign money. This is why the citizens of the entire continent are suffering, because our union is actually a branch office of the masters in Brussels. But look at the Traoré standard. When Captain Ibrahim Traoré realized that his own security services were being controlled by French codes, he didn't ask the AU for a technical audit. He knew the AU was the one who allowed the codes to be installed in the first place. He took the bold step of destroying the compromised equipment. He showed the world that it is better to have a simple radio that is secure than a high-tech satellite system that is controlled by your enemy. He replaced the colonial tech with secure systems from Russia and China, partners who are helping the AES build a wall that the West cannot see through. President Ruto has called it not fit for purpose, because you cannot lead a revolution from inside the enemy's house. The expansion of the AES is the only way to build a true African home. Kenya, Senegal, and Libya are ready to walk away from the Trojan horse and join a movement that is funded by African resources and protected by African codes. The West sponsors the AU to buy our loyalty, but the AES is building a union that cannot be bought. The second independence means building our own headquarters with our own gold and keeping the keys in our own pockets. The Great Migration has begun. We are no longer talking about a few soldiers in the bush. We are talking about a continental movement. President William Ruto of Kenya has fired the first shot in the diplomatic war, and our sources confirm that the line is already forming. Kenya, Senegal, Libya, and 5 other nations are packing their bags to leave the African Union and join the Alliance of Sahel States, AES. The truth is out, and it cannot be hidden anymore. The African Union has failed because it chose to be a branch instead of a root. It chose to be a branch of the European Union, taking their money and following their orders. But the AES is the root of freedom. It is seen across the continent as the only movement that truly cares about sovereignty and development. While the AU watched as military bases were spread across our lands like a skin disease, the AES is tearing those bases down. While the AU allowed our security codes to be controlled by France, the AES, under the brilliant leadership of Captain Traoré, has smashed that equipment and replaced it with secure systems that keep our secrets safe. The expansion of the AES across Africa will be the official beginning of the second independence. The West sponsors the AU to buy their loyalty so they can hunt down leaders like Traoré, Goïta, and Tiani without the AU saying a word. But you cannot hunt a lion when the whole forest is rising to protect him. This great migration means that the West will lose its legal shield. When these countries resign from the AU, the European Union will have no puppet union to give them permission to steal our gold and uranium. The remote control will have no signal because the receiver has been destroyed. Look at the future that is being built. The AES is about to become a continental empire of sovereignty, a union where the headquarters is built with African gold, not foreign gifts. A union where the budget comes from our own resources, not from the bread of Brussels. Kenya is coming, Senegal is coming, and the people of Libya are ready to rejoin their brothers. The West is panicking because they know that a united AES Africa is a powerhouse that cannot be sanctioned and cannot be bullied. Traoré has shown the world that you don't need a master's permission to be free. You just need the courage to leave his house. The AES is no longer a small alliance. It is the blueprint for the entire continent. We are moving from the Trojan horse of the AU to the Iron Shield of the AES. The 8 countries are just the beginning. The remote control is smashed, the master is confused, and the African continent is finally, eternally, and powerfully free. The AU is falling. The AES is rising. Africa is invincible. Long
live Africa. Long live AES. Long live Tiani. Long live Abraham Traoré. Long live Keita. Long live the people of the Shahid Nation. And long live the revolutionary youth of the African continent who have the belief of the AES. Now we know the enemies of Africa. We knew, but now we know. We knew, but now we know.
Once again. And now we are in Burkina Faso, right? The Burkinabe authorities were explaining to both African Union, ECOWAS, and the European Union Parliament, and everybody calling that, yo, you guys should go back to democracy, understand democracy, freedom of speech. They say, hey, don't come and talk to us about that. Listen to this, man. If you're enjoying the vibe, please hit the like button for me. Very, very necessary, okay? Yeah, where's that video? Yes, it's here, right here. Let's go.
There are strategic plans to assassinate our leaders that are underway. And when I speak of strategic plans to assassinate leaders, I need to be precise so that my words can be understood. From the moment we talk about democracy, it is said that the AES countries must return to democracy. They must return to holding elections. What kind of democracy are we talking about? That question mark deserves to be raised, considering that from the 1960s to 2022, if I take the case of Burkina Faso, we have been governed by so-called Democrats who were brought in and installed by people sitting on the other side of the ocean.
You see, he was very specific that the democratic leaders that came on board were brought in and were installed, not chosen by the people. Let's go.
What has been the impact on the ground? Let me give a few examples. From 2022, that means from 1960 to 2022, that's 62 years. Compared to 2022 up to 2026, that's 4 years. In 4 years.
Listen, right? You see the white guy sitting by him there, right? So first of all, this was what I would say. Okay, for lack of a better, I would say conference, right? They have various entity that they have, even a so-called human rights watch, right? Like a terrorist group, right? They were also there. So you see the white guy sitting by him there. He's taking note, right? And see his face. I think he should be part of the human rights whatsoever it is, some kind of organization there. But look at him. Look at his reaction there. He's looking at this guy like, dang, where this Negro coming from with these things? And he knows it's facts, right? But in his mind, why is this Negro so brave? Why the Negroes are coming up? Why the Negroes are so brave? The Negroes have waken up. Like, what wrong with these guys? Like, everywhere you go, they are so this. Like, look at his reaction there. He's even taking note. All right? So that he will go and tell them, like, man, these Africans, man, these black people, man, like, man, they all wake up. So you see his reaction, right? And just watch. At some point, right, at the same time while you're watching and listening, right, pay attention to his body language. At the same time, right, it's going to come to a point, he's going to look at the crowd to see the reaction of the crowd. How are they reacting to him, to the speaker? And then he's going to sit down like, oh my God, like his body language, like, my God, what's wrong with this guy? And then he's going to sit and just like, okay, what you want to say? Okay, so what? Just watch.
Here is what has been accomplished. When the call was made to the Burkinabe people to face the current situation in 2022, as I speak to you now, the people have reached into their own pockets and contributed 541.2 billion.
That is FASOMEBO contribution to build the country right there.
The people.
So I mean, look at the white guy face. At first, right? He look at the black guy, right? He look at it. This great, brilliant African, right? Speaking. He look at him. I mean, he saw his gesture, right? Look at him like, why are you saying this and why are you exposing you? Then at some point, look at him. He lift for his hair. He don't even care. He's like, I'm not even going to listen. And just speak. Like, look at him. Look at his body language. Like, he's angry. He's mad. Who gave you the audacity to speak to us like that? That's what going on in his head. White privilege. Like a black man is not supposed to speak his mind. A black man is not supposed to speak what is going on.
People who are said to be suffering have contributed 541.2 billion to deal with the current situation. That has never happened in our country before.
I always tell you many of the time that the time Captain Rentrare took over, one of the first challenges he faced was how to pay the soldiers. The people contributed. That was how FASOMEBO was birthed, right? Let's move forward.
So, when we talk about a suffering people, which people are we talking about? Second example I'll give, in the health sector. Even though we are in crisis at war, like our brother countries Niger and Mali, a decision was made. When you had kidney problems and needed treatment, you had to pay a deposit of 500,000. The head of state issued a decree and this 500,000 deposit was abolished. Isn't that a human right? Through the defense of human rights.
We've helped thousands of veterans get jobs in tech making $10K or more a month without spending 4 years in college.
This is beautiful.
Now, let me make a point. The speaker make a point that before Abraham Traore came in, if someone have a kidney problem or whatsoever, right, you have to pay a deposit of 500,000 or something, right? But when Abraham Traore came in, he issued a decree and then he canceled that. You don't have to pay nothing. And then he said, is that not human right? Now, do you know why he made that statement? Do you remember why he made that statement? So there are human rights and, watch representative in here. Like this guy, that's why you see he's so angry. Because the speaker is giving factual information. So the white guy you see sitting by him, he's working for the Human Rights Watch. So that's why, and he know that this man is saying truth. So that's why you see he's sitting in there so embarrassed, right? So there's a reason why he said, is that not a human right? Right? Because he imagined that other slave of a lady, stupid, right, from Sudan, right, called Anna Yusad Awentod, that had the opportunity to sit down with one of the king of the Shahid, who had the opportunity to sit down with one of the greatest king of the world right now. The three king of the Shahid are the three greatest king of the entire planet, who have an opportunity to sit with one of the greatest king of the entire planet, Abraham Traore. Instead of her taking an opportunity, she sat down there, made a report, and then Tamich lied in the report about Abraham Traore, that Abraham Traore was humiliating the Burkinabe, was doing this, wrote a report to damage the government, and never said anything good about this man's term, 3 or 4 years in power. That's the reason why this man is saying, is that not a human right? A man who came and made healthcare free. a man who came and made healthcare free. So healthcare is not a human right. Before he came, we had to deposit 500,000 CFA. But now we don't have to deposit anything. It's free. Is that not human right? So this human right terrorist is sitting here so embarrassed.
Right, and these things you can't find them on the Western media. You can't find them anywhere, right? Let's move forward. This is interesting.
Second example, at the community level. During a time of crisis, we funded 15 mobile clinics for all the regions of our country. People no longer have to travel to Ouagadougou for treatment during emergencies. In every region, there is a fully equipped clinic on site. There is no greater defense of human rights than that.
Why is the Human Rights Watch not talking about this? If they claim they are Human Rights Watch, why are they not talking about this? Let's move forward. I'm enjoying this.
A third example I will give is at the level of universal health insurance. This allows people, including those in the informal sector, to contribute 4,000 francs per year. And no matter which healthcare facility you go to, you are taken care of. Why, from 1960 until 2022, was this not done? Another example I will give. When we look at CT scans, if you have an accident right away and go to the hospital, you could die because they can't do a scan. The cost has been reduced from 50,000 to 25,000. That's a 50% reduction during wartime. But from 1960 to 2022, this was never done. Let me take, how should I put it? We have just launched the recruitment called Operation 1,000 times 5. 1,000 times 5 means that each year we will recruit 1,000 specialist doctors over 5 years. From 1960 to 2022, those who established their democracy. There, this was never done.
I mean, these things, you can't get them on the Western media. They are not talking about it. They ignore it. I mean, with this analysis, you can clearly see that the people cannot be ruled back to what they were practicing. Yeah.
Let me give another example. We have just opened the hospital, the largest hospital in our country on July 29, 2025, in Abobo Dulazo, in cooperation with China. And I tell you, Your Excellency, that in our country, since 1960, it was on July 29, 2025, in Tengango, that there was a first operation allowing for a kidney transplant in our country. When someone was sick, they would take a plane. It was on the other side that they would go to have it done. It's being done in Burkina, in a country that is at war.
I mean, can we clap for this? My goodness. Oh my, Traore is working, right? Traore is working. Let nobody deceive you. This is coming from Burkinabe citizens.
Another example I would add, there has been the construction of 920 CSPS from 2022 to 2026 in a country that is at war. On December 21st, 2025, or even up to what we have just observed, we took...
Now, look at this representative here. He's working for the Human Rights Watch, right? So, you see why he's sitting there embarrassed? Their plan was to come out with a report after this lady, right? That so-called slave. I don't know, her parents are embarrassed with her. After she have gone, and that's what Abraham Traore told her, you have the opportunity to meet me now. Now I'm here. You also have the opportunity now in Burkina Faso. Now a lot of you to go to various sector, various entity and gather the true information. She didn't do it. So their plan was, right, when they did that, right, to take Abraham Traore to the RCC, right? The Human Rights Watch are going to do that now. Take him there and then say he's violating Human Rights Watch, he's doing that, he's doing that, he's doing all those things. So he's sitting there embarrassed because they cannot do it. Because if they try it, to even try to carry Abraham Traore, they will be disgraced. Because this man is giving information that is factual about the country. So they cannot take Abraham Traore again to the RCC or to Human Rights, whatsoever they want to take him. And by the way, they even try it, Abraham Traore is now going there. The last African leader that ever went to the RCC was Laurent Gbagbo. No African leader will ever and ever again go to the RCC. It's never going to happen again. The only way it will happen until we see American leaders going to the RCC. Until we see European leader going to the RCC. Until we see other world leader who commit heinous crime going to the RCC, then we will allow African leaders to go to the RCC. But there is no African leader will ever and ever go to the RCC again. It's not going to happen.
And it amounts to this. 38 newly built health centers. In a country at war, I could name others as well. People say, but what are human rights? It's the right to life, isn't it? What I just mentioned is to allow people to live and be in good health. Another aspect is the issue of food. You can't ask someone to be healthy if they don't eat properly. From 1960 to 2022, nothing was done. From 2022 to 2026, despite the fact that we are at war, there has been mechanization and agricultural inputs. That means just for 2025, the state invested 104 billion CFA francs in agricultural mechanization and inputs. And what result did we get? That means 104 billion, which is more than in 2024 when we spent 77 billion. And that allowed us to reach 67,000 tons of cereals to feed the population. That's not it. The defense of human rights. I'll take another example regarding the development of lowlands. The development of lowlands to allow farmers, that is peasants, to be able to take care of them. We went from 5,000 hectares. Since the 1960s up to today, we have gone from 5,000 to 25,000 hectares.
How on earth are you going to convince these people to go back to what they were practicing? It is not, I always say that it's not how people come to office. It is how they serve their people that matters. Okay, when Burkina Faso, they dissolve all the political parties, assuming there was opposition, they will be opposing all of these things. Assuming right now that there is an opposition, this opposition will be opposing all of these things, everything right here. They will oppose it all. Nothing of this will make sense to the opposition right here. I'm telling you the truth. This is why the multi-party politics is a kind of a thing that we need to sit down and ask very serious questions ourselves and restructure something different. Because, you know, we practice this thing for how many years? What is the result? Well, let's look at the result and see if we can make some tweak of changes and then try to move forward as a nation. I'm talking to Ghana, Nigeria, and the rest. As for Nigeria, I don't know where they are going because of the kind of things going on in their country currently. But well, you can see that all the white, the guys over there, this civil society white group, Western back civil society groups and human rights groups, NGO groups, their leaders, representatives are there. They are sweating. Of all the lies, the deception on the media, these things are not anywhere to be found.
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims.
You know, Ghana has always been one of my
It really took a Traoré to restart what Sankara had started. Because Sankara was a genius of his kind. There were only two of them. And Traoré took up the genius, the torch of Sankara's genius. And the audacity, what audacity! But this gentleman, I can't believe that we can have people in Africa as audacious as Sankara, who is not afraid of death, who is convinced of what he does, and he does it, period. If he dies, he doesn't care. Those are the kind of men we wanted. But we have one today. We have lost Sankara. Let's hope we don't lose him either. Otherwise, God himself will curse us.
God himself will curse us forever.
And what is your reading of the people's expectations? But the people are right to expect a guy like Traoré to spend 1,000 years in power. Last time, he made me happy. He says democracy. Who cares? But of course, where do I use democracy to get? How many years of democracy have we had? 60 years of democracy. Where has it brought us? Where will it take us? I ask you. 60 years of independence and democracy, madam. Don't mess with people. Don't mess with my intelligence. I didn't learn my intelligence at school. No, it's a gift from God. So PR, but it really took a Traore to restart what Sankara had started. Because Sankara was a genius of his kind. There were only 2 of them. And Traore took up the genius, the torch of Sankara's genius. And the audacity, what audacity! But this gentleman, I can't believe that we can have people in Africa as audacious as Sankara, who is not afraid of death, who is convinced of what he does, and he does it, period. If he dies, he doesn't care. Those are the kind of men we wanted. But we have one today. We have lost Sankara. Let's hope we don't lose him either. Otherwise, God himself will curse us.
God.
All right, folks, the last video, and then we're gonna call it for a day. And I love the last video that is about to play.
That will defend Africa. Together we'll build Africa. Together we'll hold Africa. Together we'll protect Africa. Together we'll defend Africa. We are not the generation of those who betrayed Africa. We are the generation of those who will give everything to protect Africa. We know they will do everything possible to see us scatter, but we'll prove to them that this is a new generation. Therefore, my fellow East, West, North, and Central Africa, this is the time to protect each other, love each other, support each other. Together we'll build Africa. Together we'll hold Africa. Together we'll protect Africa. Together we'll defend Africa. We are not the generation of those who betrayed Africa. We are the generation of those who will give everything to protect Africa. We know they will do everything possible to see us scatter, but we'll prove to them that this is a new generation. Therefore, my fellow East, West, North, and Central Africa, this is the time to protect each other, love each other, support each other. Together.
All right, folks, once again, this is Frank. I am your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series aspect of WCC every Sunday or Saturday at 1 p.m. This is your presentation that I have to give to you today. And thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging in, and thank you for sharing, subscribe, like. Look, man, we are family, man. This is where you come and be entertained with information, truthful information. This is where you come to be entertained with education, man. So, man, be part of this family, man. What are you waiting for, man? Subscribe, like, share, man. No one gonna hold you responsible for sharing. No one gonna hold you responsible for liking and subscribing to channel like this, man. You know, let us build this family, man. Let us work together as we continue to drop knowledge, as we continue to educate, man. This is where you come and be enlightened. Thank you for tuning in, man. I will see you guys. Peace.
The white power structure, because that's all we have in America. And the white power structure today is just as much interested in perpetuating slavery as the white power structure was 100 years ago. Only now they use modern methods of doing so. And realizing that the black people in this country are waking up and becoming filled with a desire to be looked upon as men and as human beings. The white power structure to slow down that struggle for freedom and human dignity uses tricks. 100 years ago, they could